Like, he's not even close to a Cyrax or an Andy Ditch or, you know, like, he's nowhere close to them, like, at all. That was really close. I think DSP is a good locale for people that don't want to get into anything too terribly dark, you know, just, you know, into the really dark horror cow stuff like I watch. You know, like Andy and, you know, Cyrax and I don't know. I don't know any others. I'm just gonna say Andy and Cyrax for my answer. But, you know, I just don't find Phil objectionable like everybody else does for some reason. I think he's greedy, but everybody is. I'm not like a fan, and I don't donate to him for sure. I don't donate to anybody. Well, I donate to a few people. He's not one of them. I donate to Omegon because I really like Omegon. He does like videos about like Amberlyn Reed and all them. And I've always liked Omegon. He's always been cool to me, so I'll donate to him. I'll donate to Bearing if I ever catch a live stream. He was always pretty nice to me from what I remember. And, you know, people like that. Suit Yourself is we've had a few little interactions when he got drunk and got a little mouthy, but I still love him. And I gave him some money too once when he needed it, so I'm not super greedy, you know, but I don't whale anybody. And if you don't know what whaling means, it means somebody that basically spends a ton of money on a streamer they like. And like, you know, it's a term, I think, in investing as well. Where basically like they donate an inordinate, is that the word? Exorbitant? Maybe that's the better word. They donate a lot more than everybody else. Like, they're the ones that prop up the streamer financially. So like, let's say I donate $5 to whoever, Omegon, right? You know, that's just, you know, out of respect, giving them a tip like, hey buddy, you know, go buy yourself you know, some, like a king of ramen, basically. I'm trying to think, I don't even think you can buy beer with $5 now. But you know, that's just a respectful thing, like, hey, you know, sup bro, kind of thing. A whale is somebody that'll be like every stream, like they're donating hundreds of dollars to one streamer, and like every stream they just show up and, like, you know, throw big money at him. Well, you know, bigger money than everybody else. So the whales are basically the huge supporters that consistently donate, you know, all the time. But it's usually very high amounts, like, you know, a couple hundred per stream kind of thing. I don't know where they get their money from, but I'd like to know so I can go make it. Must be nice to have that type of disposable income. But I'm a lot more frugal and a lot more financially aware. If I had a bunch of money, I'd just invest it in the investments that I like that I'm not going to bring up, because that'll be financial advice and I don't want to get sued. But I do have a certain investment that I really like, and it to me it doesn't make much sense to invest in anything else, you know. So that's my goal, is if I made a bunch of money, it wouldn't go to, you know, WWE Legends or anything like DSP does. It'll go straight into my investment portfolio, because that's my, you know, that's what I like. You know, he likes WWE Legends. That makes him happy. More power to him. I like my, you know, investments and watching the stock market go up and down. You know, well, more up than down. I don't like it when it goes down, but you know what I mean. I enjoy investing my money and seeing it grow And DSP, for whatever reason, likes to throw his money at WWE Legends, which is basically just bejeweled with some animations on top. I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand how he can spend that much money on a mobile game, but he spent tens of thousands of dollars. And I'm just like, bro, you know, you always talk about money, and it's like, bro, just listen. Well, I can't do it because I'm not a financial advisor. I get in trouble. If it went down, he could try to sue me. But like, bro, let me manage your money for a little while. I can get you a lot more than, you know, I can do a lot better than throwing it to Vince McMahon. You may lose a little long term, but you should gain it. Put it this way, it's rather throw it to Vince McMahon or throw it to me, and I'll basically at least probably grow it. I'll say probably, not definitely. I'm not going to start an investment company. I could probably. I mean, I would just be like, you know, give me your money and I'll throw it in the pile with my ETF and, you know, ETFs of choice, and, you know, you get your percentage or whatever minus a commission fee. I think that's what most investment firms do, but there's so much red tape involved in that. It's an outrageous amount of regulation you have to go through to even start that company. What? My controller froze up right there for some reason. I don't know what that was about. It just stopped moving. But with all that said, thank you for watching. Come back and see me again for another Mario playthrough video to help you fall asleep. I really appreciate you, and God bless you. Get some sleep. Good night. This video, I'm going to be playing through Super Mario Bros. 3, the All-Stars version, with soft commentary and rain sound, hopefully helping you get some sleep and relaxation today. Don't worry, there's not going to be any big jump scares, no raging, no nothing. We're just going to sit here, relax, and play through this classic game. Just stop worrying about everything, turn your mind off, and just watch me play through this game that I've basically played through a billion times. That's what I basically aim for when I do these videos, is games that are pretty much easy playthroughs for me. That way there's no real exciting moments, really. Hopefully this helps you relax and sleep. We are going to be doing all of the levels in the game, and I will have timestamps in the description and in the pinned comment in case you want to skip to a particular world. So let's say that you don't like World 1 or you've seen it too many times. You can switch right over to any other world, or even the final boss fight if you want to just see that for some reason. I've got it all laid out for you below. Just choose whatever you want to do. Our main goal in this is to help you relax and take your mind off of whatever's bothering you, or just help you unwind after a rough day. That's the main goal, is to help you. But we're not going to use any warp whistles because they're basically worthless to us. We may pick them up just to pick them up, but we're skipping one in this level because I don't see any point in doing it, really. There's no point in picking it up if we're not going to use it, right? Let me just make absolute, there we go. Just had to make absolutely sure I was recording my voice, because sometimes OBS has little, you know, hiccups. We're starting with our first mushroom house. We're going to be getting a fire flower here and moving on to level 4. If you watched my original Super Mario Bros. 3 playthrough for the NES version that I posted last night, you will know that I am not a fan of auto scrollers. I feel like they are boring and they just last forever. And it's just really difficult to make them interesting, basically. And since I am not a speedrunner and I'm also not a robot that does those tool-assisted things, I can't do the super fancy moves and, you know, duplicating coins and all that other craziness to try to make this more entertaining. So what I'll basically do is, if I know that there's a safe spot, I will fast forward just a little bit on my controller. That way we can get through the auto scrollers a little bit faster. That's a big advantage of turning the audio off with the game, is you don't hear that speed up chaos that comes from it. And I don't hear it either because I have the speakers turned off entirely. Let's move to our first little hard slot machine thing. We're gonna try to go for a mushroom. And we failed, but it's fine. We're going up to the first fortress, which you should know probably by now if you've played through this game. There is a warp whistle here, but we're gonna skip it entirely and go the way that I don't think anyone's actually gone in a long time probably, which is the direct way, not the secret way. Because we just want to see something a little different than normal. I'm not trying to sound like Bob Ross of YouTube, but well, Bob Ross is on YouTube. His archives are anyway. Well, if you want to think of me that way, yeah, sure. The Bob Ross of gaming. Going for the same vibe, the relaxing thing. I've thought about doing more intense and, you know, crazy stuff that, ooh, we got that little secret coin ship. I don't know how we did that, but it's some type of secret way. You have to get an exact, I think it's a certain amount of coins and something, I don't know. Or a certain point score or something at the end of a level to get the coin ship. Not sure. I think it's a coin ship. Just gonna skip past all that. There will be a fire flower down there. Well, not a fire flower, but a fire piranha plant. You'll see a lot more of them throughout this playthrough. Going speed past this outro and go up here to our first matching game. Got a fire flower and a star, so that's not it. Mushroom and a 10-cent, so we didn't get anything. Fine. We're level 6. And I did insult, well, not insult, but I did say that this game was not as fun as the NES version. And I'm starting to actually believe that I may have been wrong, actually. The thing is, the controls, I think, have been felt a little bit different because I was playing it on a regular hard drive. And once I put all of my emulators on my brand new fancy Samsung SSD that runs at like 1 billion miles an hour compared to a hard drive, it seems like all the games in RetroArch actually play a lot smoother control wise. I don't know if that's something I've just, it can't be something I've imagined. That's not going to work. I keep thinking that that's going to work, but it's not going to work. We'll just do it the normal way. But, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It does feel like the games are a whole lot more responsive than they were on my hard drive. Maybe my hard drive screwed up. I don't know. But I definitely noticed it at first when I was playing Donkey Kong Country 2 that the game was running at the proper speed, or running at a better speed than normal. You know, a lot more consistent for sure. And it also was just smoother, just the controls. Like I felt like I was in a lot more control than normal. So I'm guessing maybe the SSD did a little bit to help. I don't think it, maybe just moving it over to a faster drive that wasn't as busy doing other tasks, like, you know, doing big massive backups to cloud storage and all that was what fixed it. Maybe the drive was, you know, able to handle the other tasks that might have been holding back the emulator that I use. But just for legal purposes, I do own all the games I play physically from when I was a kid, so that makes it legal, quote unquote. Plus, you know, capture cards are a pain. They introduce a lot of issues that can come up, so but I only play games that I own in real life on cartridges. So we'll just say that I do back up my own cartridges, and I have like a little ROM thing that I back them up on just for legal disclosure. But I generally try to stay with games that I'm incredibly familiar with, ones that I've played through at least a dozen times, just to make absolutely sure that there's no surprises. There's none of this having to figure out where do I go and what do I do here and having to look up guides constantly. I try to pick games that are, easy to follow, not super complex where I have to sit here and teach you an entire language just to follow along. That's I think that's Lemmy or Larry. I'm not sure. Let's get past this little cutscene. Got a P-Wing, and now we're off to World 2. This is the desert world. And I take back what I said, because this is actually controlling quite smooth. I don't know what happened. Maybe it is the hard drive that made it feel like a lot less precise and a lot less easy to play. Maybe I'm just getting more used to these games or something, but he doesn't feel like he's 400 pounds like the other times I've played this game recently. So I take back what I said, but I don't take back what I said about the music being vastly inferior to the original tracks. I just don't feel like the Super Nintendo sound font did a lot of justice for the NES games that were, well, there really wasn't that many remakes. I mean, one that's notoriously bad for it was Ninja Gaiden. Like, a lot of people really, really hate the Super Nintendo port of Ninja Gaiden. Which, I don't necessarily hate it, but I will agree that the music in that game is pretty busted on the remake. But there are many Super Nintendo games that have music that are some of my favorite pieces of music of all time. Donkey Kong Country, Mega Man X, Mario games even, like Mario World has a few good ones. Crazy enough, one of the games that is underappreciated when it comes to soundtrack is Mario's Missing, which was not made by Nintendo, I don't believe. It was an educational game, but it did have really good music, actually. Which is a thing that you see a lot, like bad, quote-unquote bad games with great music. Some people would say Jurassic Park for the Super Nintendo is a bad game, but it has some of the best music of all time. One of my intro song for a long time on live streams was actually the Jurassic Park Super Nintendo interior theme. Got that one. I'm not gonna get that one. Nope. Go back here and get this power up. Got fire flower. Would be useful against this little hammer bro or sock bro, whatever you want to call him. Level 3. There's something up there. It'll be a bit of a pain to get up there, though, unfortunately. Actually, I don't screw this spot up. I did screw that spot up, but I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to accept that. There you go. Let him smash all that up real quick for us. Okay, we got the Angry Sun level next. Sure you all remember this one. I used to actually use the P-Wing on this one, I think, because I always thought it was a little bit difficult, but it's really not. Just had to have some good momentum is all. And he caught me right at the end. Pick a box, its contents will help you. Got another fire flower. I'll take it. Gladly take it. 4. Level 4. I believe you can beat those chain chomps if you have a star, but I'm not exactly sure. I think so, though. Little cheap final catch. I'm just gonna skip that hard thing because I really don't care. I wonder if you could fly over this. I know some people can clip into the wall if they jump at the exact right pixel, and they can skip some levels doing that. And I am not that talented, as you can tell. Whoops, I need your shell, buddy. I need you real quick. Well, I was a little bit too far off screen. That'll work. He's already up there. Come here, buddy. You're supposed to break that block for me. Third time's a charm, right? Hit it. There you go. Third time's a charm. That wasn't a charm at all. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Boomerang Thrower. Go take care of this guy. I will reiterate what I said before, though, that I believe that Mario 3 is vastly superior to Mario World in almost every conceivable way. Levels, layout, worlds, controls, power-ups, fun, unique environments. That's what I think. I think Mario 3 is the best out of the 2D ones, really. I think many people agree with me on that too, I'm sure. I think I used to think that that wasn't exactly right, but I was wrong. I was wrong. Hey, we got a little 10 cent. Nope, that's not good. I think there's one right here. Ah, there we go. Hey, we're running this little table pretty good. Hey, we're actually running this table pretty good. I know it's cheating. I just want to see what happens when you actually get the entire thing done. Nothing apparently. Make sure I didn't miss any levels or anything. We've already shown that this, if you break that wall right there, it'll take you over to well, I'll just do it anyway. Take you to a little secret, like a mushroom house, and also a fire breathing little hammer dude. But they just give you a frog thing, and it's not worth it. And the hammer dude, I don't know what he gives you, but it's not worth wasting a hammer on. Hammers are very useful in this game, and there are much better places to use it than that spot. But it's there. I believe there's also a hammer thing of like in the first world, which makes no sense because on the NES version you couldn't save your power-ups and go back to previous worlds unless you did some type of manipulation with the whistle. That I think you could like do the whistle, and I don't think the whistle lets you go back to World 1. I don't know. Maybe that was just an addition to the Mario All-Stars version. I'm pretty sure there is another secret that's in World 1. I think. I have to look it up. Lost my fire flower. Fine. It's fine. Fine. That's Morton, I believe. Come on, Morton. Don't mess with me like that. We're gonna go down to this little quote-unquote secret to get this fire flower real quick, because we lost ours on the previous level, but it's fine. It's fine. Not gonna stress over it. You're gonna get hit. I mean, it's natural. You're gonna get hit at some point in these games. What is down here though? Another fire. That's another fire flower. Okay. No, there's actually something down here though, isn't it? Oh, you can't go down there. That's gonna block me. Okay. There's a little thing down there. I don't know if you can get a power up or what down there, but it's fine. You hear that a lot. It's fine. Just me coping with being a terrible gamer, playing this game for 30 years and still getting hit by stuff. 'Cause I'm so reckless when I play games. See, doing stupid stuff like that. Or that. Smart to just jump in the water with the cheaps, you know? That makes plenty of sense. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. It's good for your health. These are frog suits. Yeah, they're worthless to me. I've always hated the frog suit. I mean, they're okay for like swimming, but like nothing else. So we'll just use them as like sacrificial suits to use to, like, you know, if we... Okay, I will give them this. I like the water being clear in this version. That just makes it a little scarier because you can see Big Bertha in the water. Well, no, it makes it less scary because you can actually see where he is. Or she is. That's the thing. Big Bertha is one of the very few enemies that can insta-kill you, along with lava, and that's it. Don't fall in that water. Big Bertha eats you in one shot. Almost got. Look, I'll show you. I'll just save real quick and let him eat me so you can see. He just gobbles you up in one shot and you're dead. Did that on purpose. You could actually see his ugly face actually eat me. So you'll see him a couple more times in this game. He came back in the sequel, Mario World, I believe. You're going to come down here at any point. There you go. Another hammer. He comes back in Mario World, but he doesn't look nothing like that, and you can't hurt him. If I'm not mistaken, he's that spiny, spiky fish or whatever, like in that one level that, you know, where you just got to run away from him, kind of. Can't remember exactly which level. I think it was on like the top of Donut Mountain or something. Oops, I went in the wrong door. Oh man, I didn't go in the wrong door. I went back into the right door accidentally. Boom, boom, let's speed past that. All right, let's get on with it. Level 4. Lakitu. Yep. Lakitu shows up in this one. I screwed that jump up. You're supposed to do like this, or else you have to go and find the hidden blocks, and that's just eh. There's Lakitu right there. The worst, well, not the worst. The worst is the Hammer Brothers. Easily. But this level, just see, there's the Big Bertha again. Like I told you, I would see him again. I almost got hit by that jellyfish by accident. Obviously, I don't try to get hit on purpose unless I'm trying to demonstrate something cool. I'll tell you if I was trying to do that. There's another Big Bertha. Pretty bland level, not really much to it. Just some tight platforming, well not platforming, swimming with that that thing. So we got another board to work with. So no. Nope, no good. The bridges are up, so we can't go to that house yet, that mushroom house yet. Another auto-scroller. Hey, my favorite. Hold for sarcasm. I was about to say, I have fallen off of that spinny thing before, and I immediately did right there. Nice trick shot. Got a leaf. That's cool. Level 7. Now most of these are pretty fresh in my mind because I literally beat the NES version last night for the video last night. Like all 3 of those games last night that I posted, they were recorded that day. Like I recorded, edited, tossed up same day, you know, back to back. So I was burning the midnight oil, boy. Me and Papa were sitting here right at the end of the night and just getting work done, and she wasn't happy. She wasn't happy that I was working so late. She don't like it. She likes to have the attention on her a lot of times. Well, I mean, she likes to be alone a lot too, but when it's, when she's in here, it's puppa time, not work. Sometimes she gets a little demanding and bossy about it, that she doesn't want me working. She wants me sitting here holding her, which is super sweet, and I love her to death. But she didn't understand that Daddy has to work sometimes. He has projects to work on, like these, hoping that they'll eventually catch on. But if there's no videos, there's nothing to catch on. So you gotta grind it out, baby. You gotta grind it out. That's how you get anywhere, is you grind it out. Whatever it is, you gotta grind it out at first. And then you get some traction, and then you don't have to grind as much. But that's when things get boring and you kind of just get a little nutty because you ain't got nothing to grind on. Oh, no, you don't, Big Bertha. You ain't going to eat me. You think you're going to eat me. Nope. Not today. Not today. I'm not on the menu today, sir. All right. Level 9. I remember this one. This one's a little bit of a pain in the butt in spots, but not too bad. Hoping that you're asleep by now, able to relax. That's the whole point of the channel. But if not, hit like and subscribe, and maybe tell a friend about it. Somebody that might have insomnia, tell them that I'm doing this now. Maybe. Actually, I don't want to go in there yet. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a roll here. Oh, we got a couple of power-ups out of that. I'll save and continue. Gonna use a hammer this time. We didn't use it in the previous video, because I was gonna show you how to get the raccoon suit early. But this is a good spot to get some early power-ups and boost and all that. You get 3 power-ups by using that one hammer, so it's a worthy trade-off. It's also kind of neat watching Mario freely move around this map. He can go all over the place and just look at stuff. That's just kind of neat. He only does it this one time in the entire game, but I always thought it was neat for him to be able to, sail around the map. Right. He turned into like a little purple dragon thing from the friggin' Mario world. That particular king did. I forgot I ain't got a fire flower. Whoops. Which one is this? Is this Wendy? Yeah. I was right. Wendy, based on Wendy O. Williams, who was a singer in the 80s. I believe she was a singer for a band called the Plasmatics. She was also a solo artist that did an album with the members of Kiss that was thought of as the Lost Kiss album, but I don't know about that. I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch. But she did get around a lot from what I remember. She was not in that way, not in a bad way, but she was in a lot of different collaborations with people like Kiss and Motorhead and many others. She sadly passed away. I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but I believe she ended herself. Let's just put it that way, and leave it at that, as respectful as possible. But yeah, she was something. She was definitely a very interesting character in that period. It's actually a secret right there, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Isn't it like you can go up one of these pipes, or I think you might be able to fly up there or something? I can't remember. We'll try to see. Well, get the little leaf. We can try it and see what happens. It wouldn't hurt. We got time. Come on, Johnny. Baseball. There we go. There you go. See? There's something up there. Isn't that neat? A little sky pool to not dance around, but swim around in. With the piranha plant in it. Wonderful. And Big Bertha, for some reason, spitting out his little tiny version of himself. And that's it. Very strange. Not sure what the point of that was, but happy to share it with you at least. Hopefully I don't fall right into a pit, and I did. You can't spin your tail underwater, right? So what's the point of this area? Some one-ups maybe? I guess that's the point. Along with being just a unique area, but I don't know how you're supposed to get that block right there, but it's alright. It's alright, it's fine. I fell in the exact same pit in the exact same way. Trying to avoid this stupid fire plant right here. All right, off to level 2. I have seen this level more times than I've seen Puppa. And I've had Puppa since she was like 11 months old. And she's almost 9 now. I love my Puppa. I really do. She's such a sweet baby. See, I thought she was going to be a little grouchy today, but, cause I had that guy come here to fix some stuff in the house. And, he's going to help me later when he gets the stuff in to fix the stuff we're working on. And, I had to pin her up because I didn't want her in the way. And, I told him she's not dangerous enough because he went in there to look at a different, project that I had going on. And he saw her and was like, you know, I thought she was going to bark or growl or something, man. She just was staring at us, just whining like, hey, why can't I join in and look at what y'all are doing, kind of thing. It's sweet baby. So she wasn't mean at all. She was just like, hey, what are you two doing? The only time she gets a little grouchy is when she goes to the vet because they mess with her. You know, they give her shots and maybe I don't know if they jerk her around or what to make her mad, but she just doesn't like them for some reason and never has. She's never liked any vet though. Like from the beginning, she never liked them, but as Puppa gets older, she gets a lot more tolerant of other people. She was never mean. She was always a sweet baby to most people, but she could be a little territorial. But whenever someone comes over, I always pen her up so she doesn't, get in their way or, bother them or whatever. Because I know some people don't like dogs, but I mean, if they went up and talked to her, or wanted to pet her or something, she wouldn't bite them. She just, probably look at them like, hey, who are you kind of thing. This spot sucks. Okay. Well, she wouldn't bite him, nah. He's sweet baby. She don't do stuff like that. Bubba might have. Bubba was a little more territorial, and I think a lot of the time Bubba egged her on. Like he would get to barking, and he was a sweet baby too, don't get me wrong, but he would start barking, and then it'll get her wound up, and she would start barking. But she didn't bark at the guy at all today. I was kind of shocked. I'm like, wow, she's really quiet. She was whining. She wasn't trying to bark or get out there and get in the middle of it or protect her daddy or anything. She was just like looking at us whining because she was mad that she was penned up. She hates being penned up. Even though penned up, you think, oh, Johnny, you got a cage for it? No. She was penned up as in there was a fence up, and she had her bedroom, the kitchen, and the dining room all to herself, where she could just walk around and do whatever she wanted in there. And she was only cut off from the hallway and my room. That's all she wasn't cut off at all. Actually ran the table on this thing. I didn't even realize it, but that's good. I decided to just leave that gate up because I was having trouble getting it down. So I was like, you know what? Neither one of us go through this door, or at least I don't. So if I do have to pen her up, it'll be a lot easier just to have this gate, blocking this one doorway I never use. And that way, if I need to pen her up for something, I can just shut her bedroom door or the laundry room door where she stays. And then I can just leave her in there. But as she's gotten older, she's gotten a lot calmer. And she's gotten a lot lazier and a lot, a lot cuddlier. Well, she was always cuddly. But she used to have, I think Bubba might have stressed her out a little bit here and there, because Bubba Scooter, he loved that girl, and he would just, smooch on her head and follow her everywhere, and she never had a minute alone or anything, and he loved her, and she loved him, but I think it was more like he loved her with all his little heart, and she loved him, but she tolerated his nonsense kind of thing. And after he passed, of course, I'm sure she mourned it, but she, and I'm still mourning Scooter's passing. That was my baby boy. But Scooter did have a mouth on him. He could make a lot of racket. And when he got wound up, he usually got Puppa wound up too. But since he passed, I don't know if I don't think I've heard her bark at all, except for when she went to the vet the other day. But otherwise, she doesn't bark at all. Most of the day, she just lays in her little room and her little bed thing, flopped out. And sometimes I'll go in there and talk to her and, give her treats and all that, and then she'll want to come sit with me for a while, and I'll get her up in my lap and we'll watch TV. And that's pretty much all she does all day now, And I got her off human food entirely. So I got her off human food entirely. The only thing I give her now is chicken. Just maybe a small piece of chicken, not like a lot of chicken, but just a small piece of chicken just because she sees I'm cooking it. And that's all she gets. She doesn't get any canned food, no canned human food, I mean. Doesn't get no canned human food, doesn't get anything high salt, nothing that could be possibly bad for her. Only thing she eats is her treats. Maybe one little piece of chicken a day that I cook for her, um, and dog food. That's it. She doesn't eat nothing else. She used to eat a lot more human junk food and stuff when Dad was alive, and she got real big. But I think she's lost about 4 or 5 pounds now because I got her off human food. Because last time I checked her, I think she was 33 pounds last time she went to the doctor. She's a weenie dog. She shouldn't be that big, you know. But did I just override a P-Wing? I think it did override a P-Wing. That sucks. Bro, we're gonna have to start using some of these power-ups because, hold on. Yeah, God. I don't want to save and quit this just to save a P-Wing, do I? I know I need at least 2 P-Wings for this entire playthrough. And I got one. I'm gonna just use up this music box just to get it out of my inventory. Use up the star. Get that out of my inventory because that just overwrote one of the best power-ups in the game, and I don't want to lose that. And they're really hard to find. I'm gonna have to make up some slots because I haven't been using the power-ups that I've been collecting. I'm hoping that I get a P-Wing before that because there's 2 I'm not meaning to die in the same spot. There's 2 stages and Bowser, well, 3. So I need 3 P-Wings. What is with this jump? I need 3 P-Wings total for this game. And they're all for Bowser's World. There's 3 levels that just suck. Dude, this spot is driving me crazy. There we go. But I need 3 P-Wings to get through this, and if I have to, I'll go and beat World 1 again to, what happens if I go this way? Do I have to use a secret door, or can I just go right here? I can just go right here. Okay. That secret door leads to like a really slow, boring section that I didn't want to go to if I didn't have to help, if I could help it. So I need 3 P-Wings before I get to Bowser's World. I overwrote 1 accidentally. I know you basically get them from rather completing a world of those Hammer Bros on the map sometimes give you one. Stupid screen. Not scrolling fast enough. One is it here? I don't know which one is it. It's Larry or Lemmy or whatever. What'd you give me this time? P-Wing, thank you. I need 1 more to get this all set up. So I'm making sure I use my power-ups throughout the game because last time I played through this in the NES version. I had so many power-ups at the end that I basically didn't end up using a lot of them. But since I know we got finite space now, I need to make sure that we do use them. I'm not accepting that. That's one spot I don't want to go the wrong way on. We had the same problem last time. Get another Tanuki suit here. I think this is the shoe level. Yep. The only level where you can get the shoe. The coolest power up in Mario 3 is a shoe. You know what Mario World doesn't have? The shoe. But you know what brought the shoe back? Mario Maker. Why? Because the shoe is awesome. Or the boot as they call I think they call it the boot. By the way, if I get if I get $400, I will buy the Switch. No, I'm not asking for donations. If they put out Mario Maker 3, I'm definitely getting it for the Switch, and I will play it on this channel. So that's definitely a thing. If they put out Mario Maker 3, I guarantee you I will get a Switch too. I will get a capture card, and I will play that game. There's another P-Wing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need that bad. These are frogs. They're just to waste it on this one level over here. We got rid of it good. The frog suit sucks. I always wondered what it was for, because it has such terrible mobility, you know, on land. And then, duh, it's actually really good for swimming levels, but there's not a lot of them. Not enough to justify an entire power-up for it. Or maybe there is, I just hate it. I just don't like it. Even then, I think the swimming might still even be bad in the frog suit. To me, the frog suit is the same thing as that pound shell thing that Yoshi could do, you know, where you take a yellow shell and it can make him pound the ground. About as useless as that. Were there thwomps in Mario 2? I mean, Mario 1? I don't think there were. I think it was more fire sticks than anything in Mario 1. I just played through Mario 1 yesterday and today. I would have remembered a thwomp, I think. We go to Sky World. There's actually a way that you could skip this entire level I forgot how they did it. It was some glitch in the speed runs to do it. Of course, Lakitu would have to show up for the last second cameo there. Of course, he would have to show up too, because, you know, we love him, the fireball guy. Yeah, 38 lives. Raccoon suit, another one. Nice. Music box. Let's just use that because that's just wasting a slot, honestly. If you had to pick this level or level 6, I believe it is, that we're also going to do, I'd pick this one all day. The level after this one kind of sucks. This might as well be an auto-scroller. This is level 6. Yeah, well, it is an auto-scroller. It's not like an auto-scroller, it is an auto-scroller. And it sucks, like all the other auto-scrollers. I think that's why they got rid of most of them in Mario World, even though I think they still brought them back. The reason almost no ROM hacks use auto-scrollers. that was pretty terrible. Not gonna lie, that was pretty terrible. But if you have a request that you want to drop in the comments, I'd appreciate it, because I'm basically burning through games as fast as I can, and I'm always looking for something new to play on the channel. So right now I'm kind of on the I need to fill this channel up as fast as possible phase, because, you know, the algorithm needs data, and how do you give it data? By giving it lots and lots of videos. Nice double KO there. Well, I knocked him out and he took away my power, so that's fine. Another auto-scroller. Wonderful. What would I ever do without auto-scrollers? I mean, I get that it was the thing of the day, auto-scrollers, because it's more drama, but they're annoying because if you die on one, you have to do it all over again, and you can't speed it up. Black 2 is happy to show up at every exit, isn't he? Here we go again. Here we go again on my own. Here I go again, I know, but I said here we go. I'm changing it. You know, don't want to get copyright striked by White Lizard. You know, that band White Lizard. White Anaconda. Bro, I'm getting completely nailed here. That's a bad word to use for this, but I was getting completely, well, railed to be even worse. All right, Roy. All right, Roy, round 2. Dude, let me up. What? Bruh. 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 I jumped on you. Even though I think you're the coolest Koopa. Just saying, I think he's the coolest looking one. Roy Koopa. Little cloud thing where we can skip levels, but we're not going to use it. We're going to use it just to skip this level, then go right back into it to free the slot up. Because we're not going to skip levels in this video. And that exact spot I have died on many times. I don't remember, did they blow the little things up in the air like that in the NES version? I don't think so. I'm back at Roy for some reason. Oh, because I've saved in that exact spot. Like an idiot. Let's speed past this again. Make sure, yeah, let's act like that didn't happen. Is there any more of those little clouds I need to use up? It's not like I look for them or ask for them. They just show up. Like a lot of things in life. I didn't ask for those bills. I didn't ask for that crazy ex-girlfriend. They just showed up. You know? They just show up. You can't do nothing about it. You're just stuck with it. You're stuck with bills, stuck with crazy exes. Hopefully they eventually bug off, though. A lot of them don't. You know, let's waste our time with that stupid music box thing as well. And I'm just trying to make sure we don't get any useful power-ups that, you know, get blocked again. Or get overwritten because of some stupid power-up like before. That'll work. You know, I used to think that I would hate that song Here I Go Again by Whitesnake, but I actually really like it. Like, cause it was so overplayed in like commercials and stuff. But like, I legit like it when I listen to it. It's actually a really good song. And I didn't know I legit did not know that David Coverdale, the singer for Whitesnake, was actually one of the singers in Deep Purple. Had no idea until I heard Burn, and then I was like, wait a minute, that is David Coverdale, isn't it? I love Burn. I didn't know it was him. I didn't look that hard into it. But Burn was one of my favorite songs by them, and once I started listening to the Purple more, I realized, wait, that's not Ian Gillan. I know Glenn Hughes also sang some of the Deep Purple stuff. I don't think he was ever the lead singer, though, was he? I don't think so. I think he did like backup vocals a lot. I like Glenn Hughes. I think he's great. I really do. I like Roger Glover too. He was bass player in Rainbow. I think he might have been a bass. Was he a bass player in Deep Purple? Can't remember. I know he was in a bunch of stuff though. All those bands, Deep Purple, Black Sabbath, Rainbow, Queen, all of them are related to each other in one way or another. They've all kind of cross paths here and there. Like I think Brian May from Queen did some work on a Black Sabbath album once, like one of the later Black Sabbath albums in the 80s that no one bought because Sharon Osbourne sucks. You can quote me on that. Now she's got on Ozempic and she has Ozempic face and looks ridiculous. Looks like something out of a horror show. It's pretty bad when Ozzy is the best looking thing in that family. When everybody else looks all screwed up, at least Ozzy still looks like Ozzy. I hope he gets better. I really do. Ozzy's having trouble. I feel like Ozzy and Ronnie Dio had the same problem. Is they were both in the 80s. They hated each other for one, but that's not what I was going to get at. But they do hate each other. Dead, but Dio's gone. Rest in peace, buddy. But both of them ended up marrying very domineering women that became their managers. And both of those women screwed a lot of people over. Like Wendy Dio screwed a lot of people over, like, Vivian Campbell, that's why he left for Def Leppard. Because Ronnie was like, oh, well, he just didn't like the way things were working out. It's like, no, because you said you were going to pay him and you didn't. I would have left too. You give me nothing except for, a shout out on stage where I'm already there, and you screw me out of my paycheck. Like really. And I've heard throughout the years that Yngwie is just as bad when it comes to that, about not paying people. Like I've heard, like multiple people have come out and said that he didn't pay us on the road, or he would try to shaft us one way or another, or wouldn't pay us on time or something. There's always payment issues with him. While he's driving Ferraris and wearing Rolexes and having his hot Turkish wife. It was like a supermodel at some point, That's what you see with a lot of those rich people. They they'll, like the stars, they'll get all rich and then they'll shaft everybody around them. Vivian Campbell was just as important as Dio, and promising the moon, it didn't work. And funny thing is, Jakey Lee from Ozzy got the same treatment. Thought he was going to make some money with Ozzy, and Sharon ended up shafting him, and then they kind of surprised Pikachu'd when he decided he wasn't going to do it, or he wasn't going to go along. And then they fired him because he wouldn't, go along with the screw job. And, I think Ozzy was just so chemically screwed up at that point, he probably didn't know or didn't care. Neither one of them would stand up to their wife. So Ronnie wouldn't stand up to his wife, as awesome and, metal wizard as he was. He wouldn't stand up to his wife to help his bandmates, which showed a lot of his character. And same thing with Ozzy, when Jakey Lee and a lot of others got screwed out of money, and all because their wife was the manager, and didn't care, didn't respect them, thought, oh, my husband's the star, so you don't really matter. You're a hired gun. Person who wrote the hit songs. And the music business just sucks, bro. That's just how it is. Let's restart this level because we lost our tail power up, which we needed to finish it. We lost it in the exact same way that we did it before. Are you serious? Bruh. Are you serious? I hate these little dudes. I really do. You are such a pain. That's how you get past that, by the way. You gotta take a shell and fly straight up, and then you just kick it into those guys to break the blocks. So if you ever wondered how to get this mushroom house, that's how you do it. Another Hammer Bros suit, nice. Those will come in useful later. Guess what, everybody? It's Johnny's favorite. Whoops. Johnny's favorite thing. Auto scroller. And a very difficult one at that. Because of this little butthole right here. Who will come back, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Oop. Nope. And I remember this one. This is Ice Castle. Ice Fortress. My God, bro. That was close. It's very close. I thought I was going to just take one hit and I could just past him. Fine. I'll take two. I'll take all three. No mustard or onions, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Small fries and a Diet Coke. You know what? I hate these little block throwing dudes. Get on my nerves. Because that H that the AVGN said stood for a bad word we can't say on YouTube. In the Mario 3 episode he did. where he basically tried to say, well, it was a joke, obviously, but he was saying, oh, Mario 3, it stands for devil stuff, demons and stuff. Then, like, he had, like, Satan come out of the cartridge or whatever. And then he had the Super Mecha Death Christ come and save the day. I miss old AVGN. I do. I think his new stuff's okay. There's a couple episodes that really disappointed me, though. Like his Immortal episode. Oh, my God. Oh, God. We're never going to get a remake or a better version of that, but that's what makes me sad is one of his easily worst episodes was on a game that I've been just praying that well, not praying, but hoping, deeply hoping he would eventually cover, which was the Immortal on NES. And he just did a very bad video on it. This blooper is getting on my nerves because he's in my way and I need to go right there. How do I get out of this again? Is it up there? Yeah, something to do with up there. I did it in the last part. Oh my God, seriously, bro, just right into its face. Its face, not my face. Don't get dirty mind. There it goes. That's how you get out of that level. We need to use the Tanuki suit at some point. We haven't yet, so we've already lost it. Imagine that. You again. I'll probably be able to finish this game today. I don't know if I'm going to finish in this exact sitting, but I hope I do. I lost it anyway. Oh well. One of them threw a block and knocked the other one out. That's pretty good. I like it. I'll take it. That was very good. Love seeing that. Well, even if we don't like Sharon Osbourne for what she's done over time, I still like Ozzy and I still respect him because he's Ozzy. Come on, man. He's always been the mushmouth screw up, but he's great. He's like, the man who started metal. Well, one of them. He's gonna have wings, ain't he? Yep. Well, don't get hit by Boom Boom. A lot faster this time than normal. Go ahead and... How many P-Wings do we got? We got 1, 2, 3. I need to make sure we don't lose any of them. So I'll use a mushroom, and then I'm gonna use another tanuki suit, because why not? It's just, just adds the statue ability, but it also looks neat with Mario being like a raccoon. And that just makes you invisible for a bit there, but not super useful. I mean, it's cool. It's iconic for sure. There's been better power-ups over time, I think. I'm not gonna, whoop, didn't mean to do that. Go. And on to World 7. Then we got another P-Wing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we're not going to waste them because I actually don't have any reason to use them in this particular world. But I will take a Hammer Bros suit, because why not? I want one for the final level, but we might as well use one here, just for the fun of it. This is a little suit that I wish would have come back in other games, but this is one big reason I think Mario 3 is far superior to Mario World, is the fact that it just, Hammerilla suit, Tanuki suit, so many really epic power-ups and levels and the designs, and Mario World was just kind of bland in a lot of ways. And I still feel like Mario 3 is just a lot, more diverse and fun and challenging. And, Mario World had more secrets, sure. I'll give it that. Had more secrets, had maybe that's it. It had secrets, and it had Yoshi, and that's probably about it. I just think the ROM hacks that came out after Mario World just completely wrecked Mario World vanilla. Sort of like how, Minecraft mods made Minecraft nearly, obsolete, or not even as fun as this, vanilla version. Like, Mario World's a great base to make other great games. Make sure we save while we're here. I'll do a quick check to make sure I'm still okay. Good. Just had to make sure my microphone was still on, because sometimes you have weird microphone things where it'll stop recording out of nowhere for no reason, and just that's always fun. Whoops. I did not mean to go down this pipe. If I had that tail, I wouldn't have to do this part right here. But we don't. Ain't got it. But I'm not going to trade it for my hammer suit, obviously. And I was thinking, oh, what if I kept the hammer suit to the end of the game, which I just lost it right there, so that's definitely not a possibility. No, because I still got to use the P-Wing on a couple of levels. So that's a no. I think we're making pretty good time. We're doing all the levels, and I'm, a little bit over, an hour and 20 minutes in. I think that's not bad, especially for someone that's not a speedrunner. And who dies all the time trying to do stupid speedrunner things. But, hey, man. It is what it is. Ain't that right? That's right. That is right. That's right. Exactly. 100%. Just, you don't even gotta know what I'm talking about. Just say, that's right. That's right. That's right. Whatever it is, that's right. Uh-huh. I hear you. Oh, yeah. I hear you, man. So laid back. It's a crazy thing. This is what I'm like in real life. I'm not acting. I'm not very bombastic in person. I'm very laid back and very, I wouldn't say soft-spoken, but I am soft-spoken to an extent. I mean, I can get loud, obviously, but, most of the time I'm just very soft-spoken and kind of laid back like I am in these videos. Where it's no real pressure, no real big hubbub. Sometimes I get mad at stuff, but whatever. And Dad was the same way. He was, never got too loud or too angry. Well, until he got mad, obviously. But otherwise, he was just real laid back and chill, man, until something made him mad. And towards the end, a lot of things made him mad. Mainly two of my siblings who, well, and even me to an extent, I won't blame it all on them, but we all kind of drove him a little bit crazy towards the end. I think everybody just kind of didn't get along, and he wanted to keep it all together, and it wasn't working. So I love the man, but he's stone cold stubborn, just like me. I am my father's son, and the older I get, the more the more I turn into that man. Gerald Faulkner had a lot of bullhead in him, that's for sure. So did his mother. Well, Granny was his mother, Granny. Him and Granny were both bullheaded as could be. Couldn't tell him nothing. Same thing. I'm the same way my sister is too. She about as bullheaded as anybody. My sister don't listen to nobody. She surely don't listen to me. I've tried to talk to her. I've tried to knock some sense into her head. Not like domestic violence. You know what I mean? Try to talk to her. But she don't listen to me. She ain't got no sense. I love her though. I do. I shouldn't, but I do. I don't know if she loves me. If she genuinely does. Sometimes I don't think she does, but if she needed me, I'd be there, of course. Only got one, so. I think she's a good woman. She means well, that's for sure. You're just all mixed up is all. That's probably a southern phrase. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase, have you? All mixed up. Well, if you don't know the southern phrase all mixed up, it just means someone's in a bunch of BS they shouldn't be in. You know, that are screwed up situations that they put themselves in. I don't know if that's a southern phrase or not, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone else except for people near me say somebody's all mixed up. I love her though. God bless her. I love that woman, but she don't listen to me no way, no how. Even though I mean, she knows I mean well, but her and Dad both stubborn and bullheaded and didn't never listen to nothing I would tell them. You know, I could be 100%. You know what? This is the level that I thought was in the okay. You know what? I think maybe I might be going crazy here, but I don't think this level was in the original. And I played it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. I remember this level from the original. There was just a level that I know exists, but I did not see it last night when I did Mario 3, and I don't know why. And it bothered me. I'm starting to think it might be only in this version. There's another P-Wing that I can use. Good. I don't know how to get to that mushroom over there, so that's fine. I don't need any more power-ups. I already got too many. Let's use a fire flower. This, if you ever listen to this, I tell you what, I love you. You're bullheaded, you're stubborn, and you do a lot of stupid things that aggravate me, but I love you. Just want you to know that. I do. How do I get the feather again? Leaf, whatever. Well, don't do it that way. I think you go on this pipe. You get the Tanuki suit, then you get the thing to go fly back up. But some folks just ain't right. Can't do nothing to help them. That's just how they are. I think that's another southern phrase. That's just how they are. Like, that's Joe. You know. That's Joe. That's just how he is. Now, everybody has that sort of person that's just kind of a screw up and just never has it together, and they just say, that's Johnny. That's just how he is. That's just he's just, you know how he is. There you go. That's the phrase. You know how he is. You know how it goes. There's a spot. You know how that goes. You know how them people are. You know they want no good. Ain't nothing but trouble. There needs to be a channel just called Redneck Wisdom. I think that's pretty much what was it, Dry Creek Ranger School? I think that's pretty much what it is. That's Redneck Wisdom right there. I like him. I like him a lot. I don't know what his name is, but he has a deep, deep voice. Good God, I wish my voice was that deep. Say morning. He's always smoking a cigar, and his cowboy hat and his tight jeans. Guy seems like the chillest guy ever. Dry Creek Ranger School, baby. Oh, yeah. Now, this is the level I was thinking of. Did we do this one in the press? I think we did. I think this is the one where I just kept getting hit over and over, but yep. I think this one has a stupid pipe you're supposed to go up or something. That ain't it, is it? Nope. There it is. So it was the same level, but I just thought you were supposed to go up a stupid pipe to get out. But there's that level that I thought I was missing yet last time then. Might as well use them while we got them. You know, I actually looked it up. It's actually kind of a little interesting fun fact, if you didn't know, that was a thing I could never do again. That right there, getting between them fireballs. I don't know if you knew this, but I'm almost positive that the southern accent that y'all know and love that I have actually originates from a mixture of English, like English settler, and black people, and African slaves. And I never thought about it, but I'm just like, a lot of it kind of is, you know, like if you think about it, black folks around here, at least, they do kind of have southern accents too. It's not quite as thick as like a white guy's southern accent, but you can definitely tell that they're southern when you listen to them. But I didn't know that. I didn't think about that. A lot of their accents and their sort of vocabulary and way they pronounce things is how we ended up pronouncing it. So it's like a mixture of, like, you know, the white European sort of accent of the time mixed with African American, which I think is kind of neat. I don't know. I just think it's kind of neat that our southern drawl and all that comes from actually a mix of white and black folks. Contrary to popular belief, we actually get along pretty good. White and black folks around here, I mean, in Virginia at least. I don't know about Carolina. Well, Carolina, we got along fine too. But it's nowhere near what people think, where it's like, oh, everybody's racist and hates each other down here. No, not really. As long as you act like you got some sense, people are pretty pretty relaxed about it. Either way, you know, I don't know if that's how it is out west, but we're up north. Because I've never really been too far up north. The furthest I went up north was Maryland, so it's not really exactly New York, so you know what I mean. I just know that we pretty much all have a combined hate, us Southern folks in Virginia. We pretty much have a combined hatred for Northern Virginia. Oh, that cracked me up. I saw that the other day. It was a post about someone moving to Bristol, which is over there near it's basically as far west of Virginia you can go before you hit Tennessee. And someone was like, just don't tell them you're from Northern Virginia when you go down there. It's just like, and as soon as I saw that, I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Don't tell them. Don't do it. It's because, I'll tell you what it is. It's because people in Northern Virginia, not all, but a lot of Northern Virginia people are really yuppie, sort of very rich, very liberal, very sort of like the San Francisco, like what you think of when you think about San Francisco, like very champagne socialist and very kind of uppity and judgmental, and they just don't like us at all. And they'll come down here and complain about, well, I can't get what I used to be able to get up there in Loudoun County or whatever, you know. And they just want to, you know, mouth off a lot. Like, the thing is, a lot of it's because they think they're better than us. And I mean, they think they got more money than us, but I guarantee you a tobacco farmer around here probably got more money than they'll ever make up there. Or the trucking company owners down here, I'm pretty sure they have a lot more money than those folks ever will. People forget that. A lot of people around here, a lot of families got old money, and, you know, we ain't all broke trailer park types. A lot of folks got old money, and, you know, they plantation, I don't know about plantation, but, you know, farm owners that, like, you know, harvest tobacco, and is a big thing, a huge thing around here, really. Tobacco and corn are probably the biggest two that I can tell you right off, and a lot of meat farms like cows and chickens and all that around here. A lot of trucking company people. So it's just a different world entirely, man. It's just, I mean, I like Northern Virginia. I just, you know, but they think, they look at me like I'm an alien when I went up there. It's kind of funny. They just thought, where are you from? And it's like, what? What do you mean, where am I from? I'm from Virginia. Same place we are right now. Like, they looked at me like I was an alien or something because of my accent. They really did. They were like, where are you from? What are you doing all the way up here? I had to come up here and do some work. It was fine. I didn't get offended by it. I didn't get offended or anything, but it was just kind of weird. It's like, where are you from? It's like, we're from the same state. Even though I asked the guy today that was coming to help me with some house stuff, because we got some projects that I needed a contractor for. And I was like, where are you from, man? He's like, I'm from like 10 minutes up the road. I'm like, I didn't know that you existed, actually. Well, actually, I knew he did, because I just saw his listing on Google. It was a different thing entirely. It had some warranty work. And it happened to be that he had just opened up, and he had done some, been doing warranty work for different companies and stuff. And I was just like, that's crazy. You know? The guy that I thought it was going to be coming from 4 hours away. Lives about 10 minutes down the road between here and the next town over. And I go down that road all the time to go to that other town. Like, well, almost like at least a couple times a week, I'll probably pass his house. And I never even knew that he was around. So that's crazy. I think he might, I don't know if he's new around here or what, but he just started a little furniture repair thing. Cause I got some furniture that needs to be fixed. Stuff Dad left behind, you know. Stuff that just got broke over time. And I want to get it all fixed up so I can have a nice house and not have to spend an arm and a leg, you know, buying new stuff. Cause furniture expensive, man. That stuff is high. My recliner alone was $1,200, you know. It ain't cheap. It ain't cheap to furnish a house at all. My recliner alone, like I said, $1,200. It's a good chair, but it's already, like, the frame is not frame, the mechanism's already screwed up. We got to get it replaced. It got bent somewhere up under there. And it's done a screw, made the whole thing go out of whack. But he said he can, you know, the company, the furniture store might send him the mechanism, and then we can just fix it real quick. You know, and he'll fix it and they'd pay for it. But I was like, well, man, you know, if you're right there down the road, I mean, I got some other stuff you can work on. You know, I don't mind, you know, paying you, of course. I ain't got no problem paying you nothing. You know, paying you whatever you need to, you know, within reason. You know, I ain't somebody that's trying to get free work, that's for sure. But, you know, I was like, man, whatever you need, man, just let me know. You know, just give me a price and I'll consider it. You know, that's the best I can do. And just consider whatever you give me, and hopefully we can get some stuff done around here. And I surely don't mind paying good money for if it's good work. I mean, if your work is good, I don't mind paying a little extra, man. I mean, you know, always make sure to tip extra to the delivery workers, because they're the ones that have to go out there in Walmart and deal with the customers and customer service and all that other headache that I dealt with yesterday that I'm not thrilled about dealing with. So I'm more than happy to pay them, you know, 15, even 20% of the bill just to go do it for me. Think about it, it's not, 20% ain't really much at all if you think about it. If I go get a $200 cart, you know, that's $20 to get them to do that for me. That's nothing, you know, for that amount of work they would be having to do. I mean, kind of a joke that they don't pay them more than they do. I don't think they pay them that much. Them Instacart and Walmart Plus people. Spark or whatever they call them. I don't think they pay them enough. Nobody gets paid enough. I don't get paid enough to do this. I get paid like 20 cents a video. I'm just joking. I don't know what I make on this. I don't really care anymore. It's all right. If I need money, I'll go get a job. All right, P-Wing number 1. This is a good time for donations. That's just a reference to the speed run marathons. Whenever you have like an auto scroller, something that's really boring, it's just like, yeah, now's a good time for donations. Because this level just sucks. I just get to sit here and just tap the B button over and over until it's over. That's what I was saving them up for, was this level and the next 2, which all kind of suck. It's a good way to end the game. It's just P level, because about half of them are auto scrollers anyway. Come on, Boom Boom, let's have some fun. You got wings, I got my tail, boy. Let's go. Final stretch. Dark World time. Go right over this world that sucks. This level that sucks. I saved the best for last, didn't you know? Fly right over this pain in the butt level. Another P-wing. To fly over this awful desert level that I can't stand. I don't know, it doesn't look like it would have been too bad, but I ain't gonna risk going down there to see what it would have been. I don't care. I just want to get through this level. You'll get a song playing in your head just once in a while. Right now, for some reason, I get run to me by the Bee Gees. I ain't gonna sing it because I don't want no copyright strike by even uttering the lyrics. I'm pretty sure this is one where you don't use a P at all. Yeah, because it wouldn't do you no good. Because what are you gonna? Oh, this is the maze one, right? I remember this. I remember the solution. It's not that hard. Not that hard of a solution, that is. Just gotta know where to go. Whoops. I fell in the lava. No good. Almost positive it's this door, but I'm not 100% sure. Might be this door. I think this is the door. Right, this is the door. Don't rush too much. Come on, Thwomp. There's another P switch right here. You want to go on this one. Then wait for it to start up again so it'll move you to boom boom. That's the maze level. Not too bad, was it? Right, we're off to Bowser's Castle. Got one level left. Might as well use the P-wing on it. See, we're still left up on a bunch of power-ups, so enjoy this spam and B section right here. I would just speed it up, but I can't smash B fast enough, and I'll probably fall down and lose my P-wing if I tried. I'm not going to attempt it. I'm just going to let it roll. Look at all that chaos down there if you didn't save your P-wings. All that foolishness down there. Then after this one, it is Bowser's Castle. And then it's the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you like and subscribe. And this is the end of the video. No, it's not. Just joking. We're going to finish. I'm just messing with you. No, we're going to finish this. Hopefully you didn't click off thinking, oh, well, Johnny's done. Oh, well, I don't care about Bowser. Well, you got to remember, I'm going to show you a cool trick at the very end. Definitely stay for that. All right. Here we go. Last castle. Bowser's castle is not terribly difficult. It has a few annoying spots. I'll give it that. Like, this spot's pretty annoying because you have to jump exactly right to get on top of the things, but otherwise it's not too terribly bad. There's one spot that I think is kind of dumb. Like, make sure you do not miss this little elevator, otherwise you will waste a ton of time on a pointless area. It has no point at all. I can't accept that. Can't accept that, because if I do, then we're gonna lose the cool ending I want to do. Gotta find where I can. If you follow the little balls right there, I'll tell you which one goes over. There we go. We got it. This part's kind of rough. Just a little bit. Got it. Here it comes. There's the flames. And Bowser breathing fire at us. And we're almost at the final boss. And we are at the final boss room. And that's it. Bowser dead. If you bring, like, seriously, if you bring the Hammer Bros suit, he dies in like 4 hammers. You can also get him with the fire flower too if you just really spam it. I don't know how many fire flowers it takes. It takes a lot, I think. But we just have to wait. And then that's the end of the game. Here's your ending. Princess Toadstool all alone. The lights come in from there. The sun is shining. And the lava world, you know, that you go to if you're a bad person for some reason. But fine, the skies have apparently come out, you know. The sun is up there not being so angry anymore. Thank you, but our princess is in another castle. Just kidding. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you. Please come back to see me again. Hope that you have got lots of sleep and rest from this. If you did, good. All right. Thank you for spending time with me. I'll see you next time. Goodbye for now. In this video, I'm going to be playing through Super Mario Bros. 2, aka the Lost Levels All-Stars version, while giving you a soft commentary and rain sounds, hopefully to help you fall asleep or at least relax today. This is one of those games that is a bit frustrating, but I will do my best to avoid getting frustrated. It's not going to work, but I'm going to try. Anyway, if you like what you hear, click the bottom of your screen if you're watching the shorts version. You can watch the long version. There should be a name of the video at the very bottom. You just click on that and then click again when the little screen comes up. All right. Anyway, let's get into this questionable game. Let's be real. Super Mario Lost Levels, aka Super Mario 2, the Japanese version. I am not a Lost Levels fan. I am not the target demographic for this type of game, where it's basically meant to be difficult for the sake of being difficult. The original was basically a ROM hack, if you really want to be honest. And I call it basically the first ROM hack ever, because the reason we didn't get this particular version was they claimed it was because us Americans couldn't beat it, which I will in this video. But really, it was because it was too much like the first one, and it probably wouldn't have sold well because of that. It was too similar. The graphics were basically the same. I think the music was, a lot of it was the same. It was a ROM hack in the 80s, you know? It really was just a ROM hack. It was like the first super hard, you know, game of the series. And they didn't go back to this difficulty later because people got frustrated with it. I've beaten it maybe once or twice. and just never had fun with it. But this is mainly for completionist's sake because I already did all the others. I did Mario 1, 2, 3 on NES. I did the All-Stars versions already. I am probably going to do the GBA ones that do add things like the Mario 3 e-reader content at some point. So Lost Levels is one of those things where I just have to do it because it's part of the thing. I'm not going to complain about it the whole time, but I'm just letting y'all know that this is not a game I would recommend to anybody that wants to relax and or sleep, or, you know, unless you really like challenges and really stupid, you know, level choices like putting a blooper in the air for no reason, you know, stuff like that. So but I could, well, let's try that again. That should be like a troll back here, because a lot of times they'll actually do like troll warp zones that'll send you really far back. Like all the way back to level 1 is a troll. I don't plan on 100% in this game. I really don't, but okay, that jump was something. Something crazy right there. If we can get into that pipe, maybe. Where does this lead us? You see, even the bonus area has a little pit right there for you to fall right into if you're not paying attention. It's nowhere near as hard as like Kaizo, but it definitely is a huge step up in difficulty from the first game. Let's put it that way. No, you cannot swim in that water. You will die. It's basically lava. And the reason I don't play the NES version is because I don't have it. And it's actually, I believe, a Famicom Disk System game, which is something I don't know if they even have emulators for. So this is the best we're going to do unless I can find like a patched version that, you know, don't pick up that mushroom. That's a dead that's a kill shroom or whatever you want to call it. It'll kill you if you touch it. Like the extra life, even though you get save states for that. But honestly, if we're talking about like difficulty of NES games, you know, the original NES run, Mega Man completely smokes Lost Levels. Lost Levels is a pain in the butt for stupid level design and all that. Mega Man is hard because it's set up to be hard. Like Mega Man games are way harder than this. Even if this does have a lot of cheap shots. Which that wasn't one of them. That was just me being dumb. Sorry, I had to cough. I didn't want to cough into the microphone. The reason I say that is because about the Mega Man comparison. Is played Mega Man 2 earlier, and I had a few spots that were a little bit rough. Mainly that stupid level that it's like where the boss fight we have to use the crash bomb, but if you go in there without a full tank, you're screwed. That was a problem. And of course, that was really the main part that gave me any trouble. Everything else was pretty easy, except for a few user errors, save states in the wrong spots kind of thing. And the main reason I use save states really is because I don't want to play the same level over and over. If I die, I'd rather just, you know, try again, basically. It's a lot better for me to just do that for the video instead of having to edit out every death, you know, and then start over and start over some more and all that. This is one of those spots where they do something dumb. I think you're supposed to jump all the way up. Are you supposed to jump all the way up here? This is what I mean. They do stupid stuff like this. All right, watch. You have to. There's another hidden block somewhere around here. Right there. Imagine playing this on original hardware where, oh, well, you can't even go down that pipe. Do you believe that? You know, as time goes on, I keep thinking I need to buy a Switch 2, but I keep hearing that there's some hardware issues with it that are a bit concerning. Like now I'm hearing the screens are going bad. The screens are having ghosting issues, whatever that means. So this is why I don't buy stuff day one at all, whether it's a game or a console or anything, because you never know. They always release stuff nowadays half-baked where it's not, you know, it's not fully done. Like they rush it out, or, you know, the oversights, you know, and I understand that as long as they do warranties, but I don't want to deal with warranty stuff, having to lose my console I just paid $500 for, or $450 for, plus tax, you know, to wait for Nintendo to fix it, you know. That's annoying. I'd rather just wait and get one fresh that doesn't have a problem. And we'll see when that happens. Level was short. I'm sure that they'll put out a revision 2 or something that's just going to be called Switch 2, but it'll just have, you know, the manufacturing bugs fixed. But that's the thing. I mean, when you make the prototype and then you make like a certain limited run of the thing, but the problem is, you know, you can't fully predict. Am I supposed to, like that? See what I mean? Stupid stuff like that. Whoops, that is the wrong way to do it. But like, you know, like there's going to be hardware faults, you know, you're going to have bad batches of stuff come out that are screwed up, you know, cause just, I mean, you know, you can't put out a perfect product that has no issues ever. How am I supposed to even get that? I can't get up there. Whatever, it's fine. I think I need to turn my volume up a little bit on my end. I think that they do that stupid little thing where you have to, I don't think you can hear it. If you can, it's fine, but where you have to pick a path kind of thing, you know? There's fake Bowser number 1 done. We're over on 3-1 now, and we're already getting trolled by the Hammer Bros. By the way, shout out to Nifsky, I believe his name is, who is the Super Mario 1 god, and he probably is the Lost Levels god too. Also there is a Tony, when I haven't put it out yet actually. Whoops. I haven't said anything about that. I was working on a Tony Hawk's 1+2 run, and during the recording session I forgot what the speedrunner's name is, and I'll just say I think it's Adeline. Just look up Tony Hawk's Pro Skater speedrun, and she is just outrageously good. Like holy crap, bro. It's just kind of insane how just, I really think that like she's on the level of those Mario 64 speedrunners. Just watching that, just outrageous tricks and outrageous gameplay is just like not humanly possible. So shout out to her if she even needs it. Actually, let me see what her name is really quick so I don't screw that up. Give me a second. I was trying to think of her to bring her up in video before PS1 speed. What was her name again? it's easier just to type in our tag into YouTube. It's literally at THPS. This is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, the number 1, but Adelyn, Adelyn. Look her up. Incredible. But yeah, she's outrageously good. I'm terrible at that game. I was looking up how to do some of the goals, because some of the goals are really obtuse or obscure to me, basically. And I'm just like, I looked it up and I saw her and was like, okay, let me watch her. And when I saw her, I was just like, bro, that's not fair. It's not fair how crazy that. Yep, see that's the troll. It'll take you back to World 1 if you go over the pole. I just say all that because I'm not a speed runner, but I really appreciate the people that do, the opposite of what I do. I'm here to just play a game and give you something comforting and something relaxing to listen to. Something that's, like listening to a friend talk about, talk to you while he's playing a game kind of thing. And, I appreciate the other side, which is a lot less talkative because they're so busy focusing on being a god, basically, where I'm not. I'm nowhere near that. And a lot of that is because, number one, I don't have the patience. Number two, I also play so many different games that I just can't. There's no way. I have 60 plus videos of 60 different video games. Like, there's no way I could. The only person that could even remotely do that is Arcus, has like marathons of beating 20 games in one stream, like an 8-hour stream thing called the Orcathlons. So that's not me though. It's not my thing. Not good. Not good enough. I think there was a runner back in the day named Big John that played this. I don't know if he's still around or not, but he seemed incredibly cool from what I remember. At least seeing him at GDQ videos. I don't know. I don't follow the speedrunners' personal lives, so if I'm shouting at a bad person, I apologize. I legit don't follow their, drama that happens within those communities. I remember Chibi, who cheated, but that's because of other things. He's a something. I ain't gonna get into that though. He's a very not a good dude. Let's just leave it at that. He's not a good dude. He's done some not very good dude stuff. We're not a drama channel. We're a sleep channel. But if y'all want to talk about that in the comments, I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me if people talk about that stuff in the comments. This is definitely one of those, you have a right and wrong way to go. Turn up a little bit of and hopefully it doesn't bleed into the mic too bad, even though it shouldn't because it is a SM7B. That was the wrong way because it went banana. That's not the right way. And I guess the most difficult way is probably usually the right way. Oh? Nope. I've tried all the ways. I had to pause because a Verizon guy came up here trying to get me to grab my internet, and I don't need it, but they got that man running around out here with no water or anything. As hot as it is out there, it's like 90 freaking degrees. So make sure to toss him a couple of bottles of water, because good God, I can't imagine doing that job. I mean, he asked nicely for like a hot one. I'm like, bro, no. It's like 98 degrees outside. Just take the cold one out of the fridge. I'll be fine. I have like 4 cases of water in here. Me and Papa like to stockpile. I cannot figure out what this pattern is. I have to look it up because I just can't figure it out. So based on what I'm seeing, I'm gonna have to lose this power up to even do this. Well, would you like to come out and help with that piranha plant? Just wondering. Well, I'm going to die anyway because we're going to run out of time. Which we did. It's fine because I needed a small Mario anyway. I thought I had done this already, but apparently not. Whoop. Yeah, because otherwise you gotta figure out a way to get Big Mario under this thing. Good luck with that. Ah, come on. You have to somehow. Ah, come on. Oh, that makes sense. Makes a little more sense. Come on, bro. There we go. That's 3-4. All right. That? No, that's not right. Okay. There it is. That's better. Hopefully I didn't cut off through the other recording bits. Did. Oops. I guess Lakitu just said screw it. He just, wanted to show up for a quarter of the level. Seriously, legit, I'm thinking about putting a cooler out there if I can find one for cheap and just put water in it, because, there's UPS drivers and stuff, and I know they get paid well. I'm not a charity or anything, but if you think about it, they have to drive around in that sun, and I open that window, and I swear to God, if I was out there, I would have screamed. I mean, because it was hot. It was like an oven. How am I supposed to get past that? Like that? No, it's outrageous out there. It's like 90 degrees, and Weather Channel says it feels like it's 100 or 98, and it was like, no, it's 98. It feels like 98. It's 98 with humidity. That's the thing. That's the heat too. It's not even just. That's the thing. I don't live in a dry climate. I live in an incredibly wet climate. I'm talking 98 degrees plus probably 100% humidity out there. We're talking about Satan's butthole hot out there, and you feel it. Like you feel like you're bathing in it. It's awful. So make sure if you do catch your drivers or whatever, give them some water, give them something, a Gatorade, something. I mean, they're the ones that have to bring you your crap all the time, and that guy was from Verizon, so obviously I doubt UPS is giving their drivers any, cases of water. They won't even give them AC, for God's sake. Which is, I know that the doors are open, I get it, but it's like, bro, you should be able to shut your doors and have AC on, especially when you're driving from the warehouse to, the town you deliver in. You shouldn't have to just rely on that oven of, breeze that you might get. I can't imagine being a UPS driver because of that alone. That would just drive me crazy. Just sweating like crazy all day, having to, having them be on my back constantly, and also not being able to, having to, as much as I pee, like I've been peeing all day today, having to deal with that plus the heat, just dehydration city. So you never know. That guy was doing door-to-door Verizon stuff, and I'm just like, bro, that's rough. Having to, just talk to basically you're cold calling people in person trying to sell them Verizon, which Verizon's fine. I mean, my phone is through them, their visible thing, which works great for me, by the way. No, not sponsored, but if you were thinking about it, their visible stuff is really good, at least for what I do. I don't really use my phone that much. But I have it there in case I do need it, but I don't really use mobile data, and I don't call people often, but you need a phone for emergencies, obviously. And, I mainly use it just to watch YouTube and stuff at home when I'm working on stuff. I'll play it like that, but, honestly, don't use it much for phone stuff. I call in orders and stuff, but my phone is a Pixel 8, and I can basically get 2 whole days on one charge, or maybe even more. Where's my phone at now? Got it right here. Yeah, it's almost 2 full days, and it's only at 36%, and it came off the charger yesterday morning at 9 a.m. So it hasn't been charged or anything once. So I charge my phone like every 2 days. That's how little I use my phone. Because my PC is my main thing. It's like right here in front of me, like all day, every day. Like I record here, I watch TV here. My PC is hooked up to my 50-inch TV, so I don't need my phone for entertainment at all. I only use it when I go out, and that's just for the radio bit. But I actually went out yesterday and used it like that. So if you're looking for a good phone, the Pixel 8 is fantastic. You can probably get it for pretty cheap. And I'm not sponsored by Google, but obviously I work for Google technically because I'm a YouTuber, but this isn't an incentive or anything, in case you're listening and just wondering. I've had the Pixel 6a, which I liked, but it got a little glitchy, so I skipped the 7a, then I got the 8a, but before that, I think I think so far I've had Pixel 2, I think it was 2, 6, and 8. I don't think I know I didn't have the first one. I don't think I had a third one. I think it was just 2, 6, and 8 is what I had. And I also had Motorola's, but I was never a fan of them because they were just crap. They would just lag too much. Look at this leap of faith garbage they got me doing. Yeah, the Motorola's were just bad. And I'm talking about like the powers too. They were supposed to last for, ridiculous amounts of time. They wouldn't get updates. That is the main reason I use a Pixel. It's not to use Graphene OS, which I've tried and did not like it at all. Personally, didn't like it. It isn't that I'm a Google fan, because I'm not at all. Did I screw myself and not going to be able to do the thing? Yeah, I think so. Unless they want me to use a bullet bill. Or do that. God, this game is nuts. No, it's the only reason I really use Pixels instead of like a Samsung S something is Pixels are generally cheaper, and I don't use my phone for anything fancy. Like I don't video edit and I don't shoot and record with my phone or do anything crazy with it. It's a phone. But the other thing is it always gets updates like the longest. I get free updates forever. And every time I had a Samsung, because I was a Samsung guy before, and the problem with Samsung was you get like 1 year of updates and that's it back then. I don't know if they've changed that, but I've kind of seen no reason to go back because by the time, like that's the thing, Pixels get priority on the newest updates. So if I'm having issues, a lot of times I can just, go to update phone and it'll fix it. I had that problem with like the bottom of the screen, not wanting to bring my app drawer up for a little bit, and then it stopped and it hasn't done it since the update. So that's why I stick with it. But I mean, if you're a Motorola guy or a Samsung guy or an iPhone person, hey, more power to you. I personally have tried iPhone. I don't like it. I don't know. I just don't like I just don't like the lack of customization. I don't like how it kind of, I just don't like the search bar. I just think it's kind of gross. Just, ugh. That's weird, isn't it? It's like the search bar is the thing that broke it for me. Was just how it just doesn't work as good as a Google search bar. It's like it drags down like the Siri crap that doesn't search well at all. It's pretty bad. Okay. I don't know exactly what I did there, but okay. Take a wild guess and say I went the right way. By the way, I did a thing where I was able to measure what my entire setup is doing from the wall so I can set up for a UPS, and it turned out that even at 100% load, which is never going to happen with my PC, I was only really drawing about 590 from the wall at 100% CPU and GPU at the same time. So this PC doesn't really draw anything, even when it's rendering. It might draw 400 watts, which is crazy. I thought it would have done a lot more than that. But I got a 1,000-watt power supply in it because I was scared that if I went any lower, it'll blow up my cards and stuff. Even though it's nowhere even close. I mean, that power supply is just sitting there chilling like, what? What? You say something? You know? Doesn't even care. Doesn't even notice it. Doesn't stress it at all. And on top of that, it's a Be Quiet power supply, which are really, really good. I'm a huge fan of Be Quiet power supplies, and I'm really big fan of Seasonic as well. And whoops, I thought that was going to be the goal. And if you expect a warpless run of this game, go watch a speedrunner. I'm not doing it. I'm lucky that I'm already having my fill as is on a regular casual warped run. I'm not even looking up how to, go to the end of the game and just skip it all for this video. Just to say I did it. I'm not trying to do that, so. They always have to do something like this. Just look at this. All these false finishes, bro. It is too challenging for Westerners. No, you just decide to be difficult for the sake of being difficult. You weren't prioritizing fun. You were prioritizing pain in the butt. I actually want to see what's in that pipe, if anything, because I have a feeling that there's going to be something screwed up about that goal. I just don't trust that goal. I don't trust you, Nintendo. Said you would brick my console if I bought one, and you thought I was pirating stuff, so I don't trust you. Nothing? Okay. So the pipe doesn't go to nothing. 5-2. I would make a joke, but I'm going to be taking the high road for that. But I will just say, do you know what else is 5-2? If you know what I'm talking about, good. And if you don't, even better. Pat yourself on the back if you don't know what I'm talking about when I say 5-2. I'll just give you a clue in case you're wondering. Do I look 5'1"? I look dead right there because I just grabbed that. Do I look 5'1"? Do I look 5'1"? Got in a dude's face and fist fought a dude because he said he was 5'2". He called him 5'1" and he ended up getting in a fist fight. And I guarantee you, the dude didn't know about the 5'1" meme that always got that guy mad. And he said it to him, and it just triggered him because I guess he thought that he was part of that whole he's 5'1" thing. He is he's really short. He claims he's 5'10". I'm not gonna say who because he's incredibly toxic. But he claims he's 5'10", and it's bro, this guy we both know is not 5'11" or 6 foot tall. He's 5'7". Was 2 or 3 inches taller than you. Come on, bro. We're going straight to World 7. I'll take it. You're not 5'10". It's okay to be a short dude, but he gets so mad about it. And then he went to Mexico. No, went to I'll just say a foreign country. And he was around all these foreigners. And the foreigners where he was at were known to be incredibly short people. And he was the shortest one at the place he went. People were just 5'1" confirmed or whatever. And just oh, he didn't like that, I'm sure. Got mad about it. I never saw his response. I try not to be involved in that. Hey, that was a pretty lucky jump, wasn't it? Even the bonuses have freaking piranha plants on them. Ain't that something? Just look at that. Gonna be a troll, isn't it? No, not yet. Probably. Please don't just shoot me back to like level 1 or something. I'll be so upset if you do. Actually, not too bad because the All-Stars version of this lets you just skip around worlds. Like if you warp to world 8, you can play 1 through 7 on the if you save and quit. So oh, I thought that was gonna go down. You want to be shy? I see you. Think I don't see? I see you. I see you, Lakitu. I know what you're trying. It ain't working. We're not buying what you're selling here. We're selling sleep. You were awake. You were trying to keep me awake. Take another one of those. Take another night off, brother. You ain't getting me that easy. This might, though. Well, that wasn't that bad. 7-3. Whoa, buddy. I don't know what the timing is on when he falls, but he falls there apparently. Are you? No, no. I got 6 lives regardless, but don't screw it up again. Almost screwed it up again. Just don't do it again, though. Screw this up. Come on, Johnny. Don't screw this up. Johnny screwed it up. I can't see where I'm at. I feel like you're like blind jumping into like a pin needle that you have no control over where exactly you are. Hope for the best. Try to aim for that. There we go. Level is outrageous. This is just dumb. Entire level setup is dumb. Remember, someone at Nintendo looked at this and said, yeah, that's completely fair for the average player. Just remember that. Some genius at Nintendo was just like, yeah, that looks great for a, average player of this game. You basically have to do something pinpoint perfect, completely blind, folded and backwards. There's a reason this didn't come out, because it sucks. That's what it boils down to. Lost Levels sucks. It's a very challenging, very cheaply made bad level design game that almost nobody likes and nobody talks about nowadays except for speedrunners who are sadistic enough to play with this nonsense, but they also probably like playing Kaizo hacks, which are even more way more sadistic than this. Like absolutely outrageously sadistic compared to this. Like Kaizo is a completely different level. That's where like you're doing like pinpoint stuff that's so pinpoint that you have to basically be like whether a robot or a complete lunatic to be able to even get like past the first jump. Like that's what Kaizo is, that stuff where it's legit impossible for anybody that's not a complete god tier freak at these games, which is this area is a pretty Kaizo itself. What is but like I said, this is the first Mario ROM hack where they just did the difficulty way too high just to basically, take a poop on the people that are like, oh, Mario 1's too easy. So let's just make it impossible. Or near impossible. And it's like, it's not hard from good design, it's hard from stupid ideas. Let me guess, this is another one of those you have to pick the right path. Or just loops things, right? No? Mercy? Excuse me, how in the world am I supposed to... Bro, how... Bro, that fire stick is too fast. Like a small, like, corner or something I could get into, maybe. You see what they're asking me to do? That. Now they're asking me to do it again. Luckily with a little bit more space this time. But just do the same exact thing over and over, Johnny. That'll work. He threw those last two hammers as just like a F you to me, didn't he? He just did. Straight up. That's exactly what he did. That's 7-4 done. Of course, your princess is in another castle, so we're going to 8-1, which I think I remember this one. I think I remember 8-2 is what I remember. I mean, I've beaten lost levels before. Believe it or not, I have. Maybe even on console. I don't remember. I've been playing it since I was a kid and I always kind of thought it was neat, but now looking back, I can see why people didn't like it. Because it is really unfair in difficulty. I mean, you got to remember, this is an official Nintendo release. This is not some fan game like, Kaizo Mario or, any of those other crazy hacks like Casio Mario and all that, which are more, I would call those more puzzle than platformer, because it's more like once you figure out how to do it, like you can do it, It's more of a puzzle to figure out how do I do this impossible looking thing than actually pulling it off, This pipe is no good for me. Jump is no good for me either. I don't think I can make that jump. I just don't think you're supposed to. Okay, maybe you're supposed to. You just gotta be perfect, of course. There we go. And then you're immediately hit with the hammer, bro. Why am I not surprised by that at all? Let's see if we can finish this up. Had to stop for lunch to get me and Papa some lunch. Little girl gotta eat. She's growing, baby, even though she's not. She's almost 9 years old, but she's still growing and she's still a baby. I tell her all the time, like, look, I don't care how big you get, or how old you get, or how ferocious you think you are, you little weenie. Because she's a little weenie dog. I said, I don't care what you think. You're all big and bad. You still daddy's little girl, no matter what you do. And then usually that's followed by a bunch of kisses from her. Sweet baby, she's so sweet. But she don't like intruders, but she ain't mean at all. She just, will sniff you to death and figure out if you're good or bad, but she's not aggressive in any other way. She's just very curious when she sees somebody new and doesn't like being penned up and is worried that someone's trying to mess with her daddy. I love my papa. I really do. She's a sweet baby. When there's nobody here, except for me and her, which is about 99.9% of the time, she is so quiet. She doesn't bark. She doesn't, she'll throw tantrums sometimes, like whining at the door, wanting to come in when I'm eating or something, or she wants attention, but rarely barks, doesn't tear the house up. She did when she was a little puppy, but that's normal. Puppies are just chaotic little monsters. And her and Bubba both were. And they used to eat the couch, and that was a mess. That worked. I'm kind of shocked that worked too. I'm kind of shocked that worked. They're just chaotic little monsters. I think this is a level that loops unless you do some secret crap. I think. Yeah, this is one of those. I'm gonna have to look it up really quick. But yeah, she's sweet, baby. That's how you do it. Basically, you just have to use that Koopa to get that vine to come out. But luckily, we don't have any more of those sort of where do I go, what do I do, except for 8-4. I think there's some levels after that, but I'm just going to stop at 8-4 once I'm done with Bowser, because all that other stuff I think is just challenge run stuff. It's not like story-wise, it ends at 8-4. Because then you can go into like the 9 dashes, and that's all like super hard stuff. And, then the A levels and all that, the lettered levels and a bunch of extra nonsense that I don't feel like putting up with. It's an achievement just to even get to 8-4 and not pull your hair out by that point. I don't understand why some springs make you jump up super high and other ones don't, and they don't have any way to distinguish them as far as I can tell. I keep dying to this one Koopa, and it makes no sense for why would I be doing, why would I be dying to this one Koopa over it? I can justify it in my mind because, you know, Mario Lost Levels is meant to be hard. It is not a, you know, Johnny, you're just bad at the game kind of thing. I mean, Lost Levels is meant to be, it was so hard that Nintendo wouldn't let us have it for like 10 years almost. Like, think about that. Like, Nintendo canceled a game due to difficulty. I'm happy we got Doki Doki Panic over here, as you know, Mario 2 USA or whatever they call it over there. I think it's Mario 2 USA over there. I'm happy we got that because I love that game. I think that's probably in my top 3 Mario games that I've played ever. You know, I love that game. I think it's awesome. And I love the level design and the creative, all that. Throat's starting to get a little sore because I've already done one video today, and that was Mega Man 2. I'm doing this as a second project, which was probably not the best idea, especially after having a sore throat last night from acid. That's my problem, is acid. I don't have a cold or anything. I just have acid problems. My acid reflux is freaking legendary, bro. I'll just put it that way. It is absolutely legendary, or it should be. Like, I had to take everything every antacid in the shelf because I just am too stupid to not eat acidic stuff. But I found out through 2 days of misery, I can no longer eat ice cream because for some reason, it gives me so much acid that it just makes me almost have sinus infection symptoms. This jump is outrageous. That's an easier and probably the intended way. Pray for me. Pray for me in my esophagus. That'll eventually probably collapse in on me from all this acid over the years. See, I used to have an iron stomach back in the day. Like, I could eat any slop there was. And like Dad said, you know, Dad told me, you know, rest in peace, Dad. But Dad did tell me, he says, you know, I was just like you. I was invincible until I was 28. And then I started falling apart. And sure enough, right around 28 is when I started falling apart. He was exactly right. 28 is when I started falling apart. So this is a loop too. Okay. Knock that blooper out. Do I need to go down this pipe maybe? No? No, it doesn't go down. Bro. Bruh. Please. Please. Just stop. Just tell me who hurt you. I have a feeling that that was a not necessary. Oh, that was a platform right there. Because that's the wrong way to go, according to that, because it went down or whatever. Give me a second to actually listen to this. I can go down this pipe. I have a feeling I don't want to go down that pipe. I don't know why, but I'm running out of time, bro. Alright, so that's the wrong way. Gonna go down the pipe, and worst comes to worst, we run out of time. That stupid blooper this time got me again. I think I just did the same thing twice. Let's take the death because we ain't got enough time to play with this anyway. I gotta go look it up again to see what to do in this level. Okay, this isn't a complicated thing. We may barely be able to pull it off in this time. You know, it's going to be incredibly difficult, but it's 60 seconds to pull it off if I do. What? How is that wrong? Maybe have to run across the lava or something stupid like that, probably. There it is. 20 seconds. No, we don't have enough time. It's going to be so tight that it won't be enough time. Look how fast that timer goes down to. That 20 seconds is more like 5. Look, just take the lumps and know that you're going to get more time next time to know where you're going at least. Try this again. Okay, I save stated right on a death, which is smart. Ooh, that was... Get past this spot. Same way I died before, so we gotta kind of fake out the blooper a little bit to get him out of the way. Fake out this one to get him out of the way. By the way, there's no checkpoints. Because of course not. Why would they give you that? It. That's where Lost Levels was just a big old F you to the people that actually liked the original game. It really was. It really was, if you think about it. Remember in the original game, you didn't have save states. You also didn't have passwords. Oh. You just had warp zones and half of them were trolls. I don't know why that worked better that time, but it did. Well, I guess fortune just smiled on me is all it was. Get rid of that blooper. Oh, are you serious, bro? Are you serious, bro? We're finally at the end, I think, or close. Got more time this time, at least. That jump, though. I'll take it regardless. Hip him. That's not real Bowser. That's the real Bowser right there. And that's the Lost Levels. And here's the princess. Might actually try the later levels, but we're just gonna, if I do, let's try the later levels just because they're there, but I'm not gonna play through all of them probably. Thank you, Mario. The kingdom is saved. Now try a more difficult quest. Press start. All right. Save and continue. A1. What about 9-1? How do you get 9-1? I guess if you did it warpless, you'll get 9-1. This is A1. I don't know how many levels you get after this, but at this point, we're just kind of in an overtime is what I'll call it. Where I can just basically quit whenever I feel like it kind of thing. Right now, we're just going to chill out and just do whatever for a bit. Just to get a little extra run time on the video, because why not? And, okay, I thought it was blocked in for a second. I honestly don't hate lost levels. I think it's really cheap in spots. But if I was personally paying for it at this point, I'd be upset. But, you know, it's just a challenge run thing that's just kind of a pain in the butt, you know, for people that really like that sort of challenging, you know, headache inducing kind of gameplay. It's not terrible. It's just definitely not a game I would want to revisit often. But I think the one big problem with the lost levels is it basically innovated nothing. It didn't bring anything new to the table except for difficulty. I mean, it really wasn't. It was the same game with higher difficulty. That's all it was. And I guarantee you the original on NES was probably better because these controls are pretty rough. I'll be real. The NES version of Mario Brothers, the first one at least, is so much better than the All-Stars version to me. It felt a lot better. The All-Stars versions I always felt like were a lot stiffer and heavier than the first, you know, real NES versions, you know. There's no enemies in this level? Okay, there they are. We'll play till we get a game over. I think that is the game over right there. Thank you for watching, everybody. Please like and subscribe. If you fell asleep, good night. And if you stayed up the whole time, God bless you. And I hopefully you enjoyed this. Check out my other videos. Become a member or a Patreon supporter if you want to get my old content. Members get stuff early, plus other perks. I might change that early thing because I'm posting so much. But we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you. See you next time. Take care. In this video, I'm going to play through Super Mario Land 2 for the Game Boy Color. This is a ROM hack version that actually makes Super Mario Land 2 in color and also changes a few little things about it to make it play smoother. So sit back, relax, don't worry, there's not going to be any crazy jump scares, there's not going to be any crazy moments or any rage outs. I've played through this game many times, and that's how I play in these videos, so you can fall asleep fast. Just lay back, relax, and click the link below if you're watching the shorts version of this, just to help you get some sleep tonight. Alright, so what is Mario Land 2 DX? This is basically a color hack that also adds a few other small improvements. I believe it helps the frame rate a little bit more versus the original, and then it just, you know, makes it look really pretty, as you can see. The original was in black and white, or really, you know, white and green, or whatever the Game Boy was. But I always liked this particular version of it, and this is the one I've played the most, so this is what I'm going with, is this particular one. But the original is perfectly fine if you're someone that wants to play the purist version, that is, in black and white, or at least that's what the emulator would be. To me, Mario Land 2 is honestly, easily the best handheld version of Mario. It is the best of the original games, honestly, except for maybe Mario 3, but I seriously think that this particular version, this particular game, actually beats out Mario World. I know that's a huge statement to say to some people, but it really is. I mean, it plays like a dream. This is so smooth, so easy to control. The power-ups are really cool. Like this little rabbit ears thing is basically the same as the tail from Mario 3. And then you have some others. The fireball, of course, comes back. The star comes back. And there's just some other little power-ups. But this little rabbit ears thing essentially is the tail from Mario 3. But you can play the original on the Game Boy original even, and we will get to Wario Land 1 eventually. Well, probably maybe later today. Eventually. I've been trying to grind through the series lately, trying to make sure that these are as, complete as possible. So if you like, say, Mario 1 on the NES, I've already done 2 and 3 on the playlist. And if you like Mario All-Stars, I've done pretty much all of them except for Lost Levels so far. But yeah, so try to do complete sets of games. I don't play just one and then skip all the others in the series generally. The only one that I've skipped thus far but may date this video terribly is Donkey Kong Country 3 because it sucks. But I did get through Mario World again and I actually enjoyed my time with it. I thought that I was just kind of tired of Mario World and that it wasn't going to be very fun and it was just going to be a slog or whatever, because I love Mario World ROM hacks, but the original I thought bored me to tears. But when I played through it again for the channel, I was kind of surprised. The first few worlds, yeah, kind of boring, but then as it went on, I started really enjoying myself quite a bit near the end. When we got to Forest of Illusion and stuff like that, I really did enjoy myself a lot more after this. Maybe I'm just tired of the beginning of the game. But we're not gonna freak out or anything in this video. I don't freak out in any of my videos. I just, if I do die, which I do quite often because I'm not perfect. I'm not a speed runner. I don't play games that I've beaten a billion times and could play flawlessly like a long play probably would. No, I just play the game as I would casually, deaths and all, leave it all in. And if I die or get a little frustrated, I'll just deal with it and, not disturb you in that case. Sometimes I get a little irritated. I might say, well, that's just, annoying or something, but I don't actually, get out freaking out and screaming and acting like a madman because a frog hit me when I'm trying to get to the goal of this level. So let's get to the end of this level again. Not exactly sure how this little mouse thing works, but we'll just take whatever it gives us, which is a mushroom. Free Zone 2. Here's where we just died. I was going to say passed away. We didn't pass away. I mean, he's not gone forever. But this is where we lost a life. Because I was being a little reckless like I am now. There's a weird little cowfish. There's a lot of weird little enemies in this game. The dude can make it feel super unique, like the Jason, the Jason things. Like it has like the hockey mask with the knife in the head. Reference to Friday the 13th Part 3 there. But it was an axe in the movie, but yeah. Small nitpick, but not really even a nitpick. Can we take these out with fire flower? Yeah, we can. Okay, good. I think this is the best version of this game, and it's a shame that there's not more ROM hacks of this one that take this engine and build other Game Boy games out of it, because I'm telling you right now, this game feels as good, if not better, than Mario World. Like, the controls, I mean. They're spectacular. Even if I just lost a, power up right there because of the spikes, but like legit, I wish this game would have been acted upon a lot more by Nintendo or, something, because it's so unique. It's so much going for it, which is crazy. And I think honestly it's kind of a shame that they did Wario Land after this, trying to capitalize on that character, because his game isn't as good. It's just not. It's not nowhere near as good. I'm gonna change my control really quick. From, I believe I want it to be B. I want this to be A, so we can have it more like a Super Nintendo setup. So that'll be A, and then that will be B. We're gonna keep it as that, because this is technically a Game Boy Color hack, even though it's a Game Boy game. I don't know how that works, but let's go to the ant level. We're gonna play the B level as well. Whoops, I forgot it. I've already got the controls mapped out. There we go. That's much better. Where you can plant your thumb across the. You can put the tip of your thumb on the Y, and then use like I don't know what you call it. The round edge, like where your thumb connects to the rest of your other half of your thumb. That part, use that to hit the B, or hit the X button if you're on a PlayStation. I know this commentary is a little bit rough, but it's also very early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock right now. I just had my coffee, so I'm a little bit wonky, gameplay and otherwise. But are those dudes like little references to Mario World? I mean, Mario Land 1. Those little beetle-looking things. They probably are. That's neat. But there's a few little glitches here and there with this particular version. I don't know if they're the same in the original, where they have little textures missing. Maybe I'll play through it after this, but I don't mind at all. I mean, when overall the package is this good, I don't mind little textures being missing and just little glitchy bits. It's all visual. It's nothing that hurts the gameplay at all, so it doesn't bother me. It just looks so good already that it doesn't bother me. But this is a massive. I'm talking about like going from like Mario 1 to like Mario 64 quality. I mean, it's outrageous how much better this feels over Mario Land 1, which Mario Land 1 was just really stiff and very strange looking overall, very stiff, very difficult to control, very little precision. And I got through it last night, and it's fine. I'm not saying it's a terrible game, but it's definitely not one I would return to. I just don't see a reason to. I respect it for its historical value, but I do not want to play it again. And I feel the same way about the original Sonic versus the Sonic 2. Sonic 2 was fun. I really enjoyed Sonic 2 yesterday. I plan on playing Sonic 3 later today as well to round out that trilogy. And I played a little bit of Sonic 3 before without recording, and I liked it. I think it's cool. But Sonic 1 was just bad. I'll say it. I know that people probably might get a little upset by that, but Sonic 1 was pretty bad. I really think that the marketing is why that one's, marketing and people liking Green Hill Zone is why that one even has a seat at the table. Plus the games that came after are so much better. But the first Sonic game was just bad. I'll say it. It was a bad game. 2 just instantly felt so much smoother, so much easier to play. The level design was a billion times better. It didn't have a ton of super cheap enemies that jump out of nowhere and get you. It wasn't a bunch of hurry up and wait like the original. There was no underwater levels that made me have to wait for, little bubbles to pop up so I could breathe again. Just, ugh. I think a lot of it was they were really trying to figure out what they were doing, and they had no idea what they were doing. And I don't want to insult the team at all. It's not the team's fault. They probably were under pressure, and who knows? They probably were getting completely bogged down by Sega themselves at that point, saying we have to beat Mario somehow. So, they came up with these concepts that were just, they were in alien land basically. So I can't really fault the people, but the game itself sucks. I'll say that. The game sucks. The people are fine. I don't want to blame the devs for, making a bad game, especially when it was the first in the series that made much, much better games directly after. I mean, really, Sonic 2 was, incredible. Not even as it compared to Sonic 1. It was just incredible, period. I still wouldn't put it on par with Mario World or this game, but for that series, it was incredible. I mean, I like Sonic. Sonic has its own sort of feel, but my problem with Sonic isn't really even a Mario versus Sonic, like, elitist, Nintendo, Genesis does, but Nintendo don't kind of thing. It's more, I feel like Mario games, for one, have a more connected world. So they have like the world map, which helps a lot, which makes me feel like I'm actually working inside of an actual place and not just, disconnected zones. So that does help a lot for the feel, because all of them after Mario 1 had the world map that you go to the different levels, and it's all connected, via bosses and, vibes and all of that. Like this game, this is the treetop thing, so we're going to fight a big bird right here, which makes plenty of sense. But I feel like the Sonic games didn't have that thematic consistency. And the bird boss is done. So in this game, just to explain the story of why we're getting 6 golden coins, Mario has a castle because he's Mario, and Wario, the evil, Mario, one of the villains from the earlier games, he has stolen the castle. So Mario has to basically go and get 6 golden coins to steal it back. But this level has a secret that you need to basically get a hold of. So if you go to the very end of this level, you're basically just going to waste your time. So you need to basically get into this bubble and then just mash the jump button like crazy until the very end. And then you'll be taken to the space section, which is only 2 levels, I think. So just get in this little nose bubble that Hippo just put out. Yes, I know that's a very strange sentence. But the Hippo nose bubble, get up in the air and just keep on spamming. Keep on spamming until you can get to the end. Right, come on, Hippo, put out a nose bubble for us. I just got hit by one of the things, meaning that I can't finish the level unless I do this all over again. Actually want to do something really quick just to make this a little easier on me. Where is it at? Let's map some turbo controls really quick. We're gonna move this to Turbo B, and we're gonna move this Turbo A. So holding down L is going to basically give us the ability to just fly without me having to beat my controller to death this early in the morning. So we're just going to float along the top. It's going to be nice and relaxing. And there's a few little spiky enemies up here we got to avoid. I'm just going to hold on to that L button and just, eventually get to the very end. Which you need this bubble to get to the end. You can't fix it. You have to go through the bubble route. Unless you know some speed run glitch trick, fancy pants backflip, whatever they do, So just hit the little bell and we are in the correct exit. If you went in the bottom exit, you wouldn't go anywhere. Now, I'm not a big fan of the space levels. I think they're kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. I mean, they're kind of neat. They're kind of neat. They're really floaty or whatever, but like, and they have a nice soundtrack. Well, it's not really that bad. The second level is like an auto scroller, which is kind of a pain. And I'm not a huge fan of that level, but it's fine. And each world has its own boss, just like in regular Mario fashion. But one thing I like about this game more than World and the rest of them is the bosses are actually unique. So you have the tree world, treetop zone, I believe it's called, where you got a bird that you got to fight. And in space, you got to fight Tatanga, which is an alien who was I believe the original final boss in Mario Land 1. He comes back in the space zone. And then, you go in the other zones and they have I think, you might have to fight an octopus in one of them, and like the scary, horror theme zone, you got to fight a witch, stuff like that. And they all have their different patterns and they're unique. The boss battles aren't cookie cutter like they were in Mario World, where it was basically the same boss battle over and over. Right, here's that level that I'm not a big fan of. It's an auto scroller. It's just a lot of. Alright, so you can actually just hold down the A button and just float around. I didn't know that. I thought you had to like mash or something, but that makes this kind of neat. Now you gotta also remember this game was for the Game Boy. This is for the Game Boy. This wasn't for the Super Nintendo. This is for the original Game Boy. Where like Tetris was like a technical marvel for that system. And you're playing a game here that's basically as good as Mario World, if not better. I think it's better. I'll put it out there. I think this game should be in the top 3 2D Mario games. Like I think it doesn't get enough love. It really doesn't. And I heard that this game was good, and I was just like, it's a Game Boy game. It can't be that good, And then I played it, and I was like, oh my God, this is, it's outrageous how good this is. And not just for a handheld, I mean, period. Like, Mario team or whoever made this particular game really knocked it out of the park, honestly. So the team Mario wasn't all sunshine and rainbows either, with Mario Land being pretty bad, in retrospect, but it is not that game is not aged well at all. This one's aged perfectly. Ooh, that's a little tight. Ooh, that's a little tight too. Surprised I made it through that without getting hit once, at least. I'll take your free fire flower. And that I'll immediately lose. I think. Nope, I didn't. Alright, Tatanga. Oh, so his own fireball won't hurt him. Okay. That's Tatanga's done. So we're gonna get his coin now. All right. And the second coin falls into place. We got a tree coin. Now we have the sun coin. Now we're gonna move on to whatever the next zone is. Macro zone. Macro zone. This is the tiny big area where everything's big, like big ants, you know. Whoops, I can't jump on that rock, huh? I didn't know that. I think this level does something, doesn't it? Oh, that's an auto scroller. I don't know if it does anything, but we'll play it. Lots and lots of Goombas. I just got crushed against a question block. That's pretty good. I've never had that happen before. There's only a coin in there on top of that, so. I just got smashed by a family photo with a Goomba. So if I had to rank my favorite Mario 2D games, I'm going to put, this is the top. I'm going to put Mario 3 right below it, or even equal to it, honestly. Mario 2, the original, the one where you throw the vegetables, would be number 3. Let's just say screw it, top 5. Mario World at 4. The ROM, if we're talking ROM hacks, it'll be number 1, but we're talking about vanilla game. Number 4. And number 5 will be New Super Mario Bros. For the Wii. I don't know why I did that level, because it didn't do anything. Might be something I need to do later. At least we got a fire flower out of the deal. Yes, this would be the top, the best one, honestly. And then I wouldn't even throw Yoshi's Island in the pile at all, because it's not a Mario game to me. Really, it's not. I mean, he's in it, but he's like a baby that screams. He's more of a problem than a feature. And like, I think it was originally just going to be called Yoshi's Story, wasn't it? And they made that on the 64 later, or the GameCube or whatever console Yoshi's Story was on. And Yoshi's Story, to be honest, kind of sucked too. Where it was more about just, you know, getting, like, collecting fruit instead of actually playing the, you know, beating the level. So it kind of made, it wasted a lot of the levels, you know, unless you played all the way through. Like, yeah, like it made the levels not matter. Because, you know, once you got the fruit, you just exited the level. There was no real reason to continue the level, and you'd have to basically avoid the fruit to even see the entire level. It sucked. Sorry. It sucked. It was pretty. And so was, you know, Yoshi's Island. That was a pretty game too, but it also sucked. I know it's gonna get me comments too. Yoshi's Island doesn't suck. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You have an imprecise mechanic with that stupid egg toss as a weapon. And Mario's not even featured in it, yet they called it Mario World 2 for no reason. Well, for marketing reasons, which was deception of itself. You get a screaming baby who screams his head off and is basically like ear piercing and awful anytime you get hit. The level design is nice, I give it that, but it's not a Mario game. So they lied to you. You know, you paid $60 for a lie, bro. You know, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty game, but that's about it. It's not very fun. Like, I wouldn't call Yoshi I'll give it one thing. The bosses are cool. Everything else is pretty rather just mediocre to okay. You know, it's supposed to be a Mario game, and it's not nowhere near as good as a Mario game. It's not even anywhere near as good as Mario World, which was supposed to be its prior, game. So I just really don't like Yoshi's Island. I've played through it many times. I thought it was okay those times I did play through it. I've never had a strong connection with it. I know that it has legendary speed runs by like Trihex, who is a god at that game. And if you want to experience it, go watch his speed run, because it is so good to watch him just completely annihilate that game and those egg trick shots and all that craziness that he does. But from me playing it personally, I'm just not a fan. It has maybe like one or two bosses that I really like, which one was the what do you call it, the little frog dude where like the frog eats you and you gotta like hit his uvula or whatever, the thing at the top of him, his throat or whatever. That was funny. But and also the penguin on the moon is pretty cool. Maybe I'm just not a Yoshi fan. I don't hate him. Whoops, I forgot you ain't got nothing to actually hit the stuff with the rabbit ears. But here's the crazy thing. There are ROM hacks out there that beat the original games. Like this one's a ROM hack technically, even though it's more of an improvement patch. It's not really, it doesn't add any new levels or new worlds. It basically just, did a bunch of improvements to the original to make it more fun and more playable and, smoother, like smoothed out the frame rate. And I believe it smoothed out the frame rate some and made it play a little bit better. Maybe I need to play the original to see how much of an improvement this one is. All right, bud, go on. You ain't gonna let me beat you, so. If you like it, man, if you like Yoshi's Island, that's cool, bro. I mean, good for you. I'm not saying, you couldn't like it or you're wrong or a bad person for not for liking it, but I'm just saying I personally don't find it fun. The only way I could make it tolerable was through that No Cry ROM hack patch that basically, deleted his crying sound and just made it like his animation where he just kind of was up in the bubble and just stared off kind of like, stare blankly, like, what am I really doing here kind of thing. I mean, that scientifically one of the worst sounds, according to humans, is a baby crying, right? Like they said, I think there was a study that said that one of the top 3, or maybe even the worst sound to the human ear, is a baby crying. All right, the mouse is done. I didn't realize we were on a boss stage, honestly. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But we got another coin. Okay, so we did finish. Did we finish it? Okay, maybe Macro Zone was just really short. Okay, I'll take it. All right, now we're going to the Halloween land, or Pumpkin Zone, where we gotta fight a witch. But this is one of the coolest things I ever watched. Jason Voorhees in a Mario game. You see that? Jason mask with a knife in it. That is awesome. And they never brought it back, probably because of copyright. And also the fact that there was blood in a Mario game. Well, no, there was no blood there, actually. Just a knife. Yeah. Well, no, there's a little tiny bit of blood if you really squint at it. Is that Dracula? I think there might have been a little Dracula there. I'll take the 3 1-ups. So, let's talk about where I came up with the idea for the whole sleepy gaming idea, to do this instead of something else. Basically, I have trouble sleeping, like really bad trouble sleeping. I slept terrible last night. I woke up like every hour. It wasn't even to pee or anything. It was literally just, I just kept waking up for some reason. And every night I listen to rain sound or wind sound on my speaker thing over there that Amazon makes. I won't say its name because I don't want it to trigger for you, but you know what I mean. And there's an entire genre of sleep content, but there's really very few, if any, gaming sleep things. So I started thinking, like, there's almost none that do it. I mean, there's maybe 1 or 2 that kind of sort of flirt with the idea. I'm not going to be able to get past this without losing my fire flower ammo. Nope. They got me in a corner, so I can't. That's fine. But no one really did it, and I was thinking, well, rather nobody wants to watch it, which is fine, but I know Let's Play is basically nearly impossible to get into, if it's even a thing anymore. And that's what I wanted to do, honestly, but I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to pull it off. No one's going to care. It's just a dead meme, really, at this point. But I was like, well, I'm not going to be doing a lot of screamy scream anyway. And, I could help people. I could do the content I've wanted to do, which is basically like let's play content, because that's what this really is. It's game plus commentary, and I'll be able to help them sleep. So it's a new angle on it. I can do what I want to do and also help people and package it in a way that would be helpful, but also play to those fans that like the old sort of, cozy, dude man talking to himself, while he plays a video game content, And I'll say the channel is, of course, not exploding. I'm not, getting rich over here, but, 20 or 30 views per video, which may date this video, and I hope it does. But right now I'm getting about 20, 30 views per video. That's a lot more than my Let's Play channel did, years ago when I was, trying to be more animated and, more funny about it. But that just didn't draw, and YouTube did not want to sell it. So they didn't. And it was a waste, complete waste. Videos were getting like 0 views and never were shared ever. So this is done better, but it also helps people. So it's a double thing. It's like, I get to make the video style that I want, but it also has a packaging that helps people with the critical issue that they're never going to run out of, which is needing to sleep. And I'm kind of shocked that there's really no other sleep gaming commentary channels like mine. I mean, there's lots of, Minecraft long plays with rain and stuff, but it's like, I'm fine with that. And I think that's perfectly legitimate as content. But to me, it doesn't bring any brand loyalty. It doesn't bring any personality to it. Because if you look up, Minecraft, cozy Minecraft build with rain or whatever, which I've done one, not casting shade, you would watch that night, fall asleep and enjoy it, but you wouldn't remember who made it, So, yeah, I mean, even if it gets 100,000 views, it's like, I really like how she placed that block. Like, it doesn't, that's the problem with the long plays is, it's good as if that's the type of content you want to do with the no commentary, but there's no real personality to make people remember who did it and why they want to go back to that person. Like you come here and you want to hear me talk, obviously, because if you didn't, you wouldn't come here. You'd hear my voice and be like, nope, and then just click right off like a lot of people do. But the people that do come, that's what they come for. They come for me. Like I'm the distinct part of the video. But there's not another Johnny Fox out there. And God bless the people that make the little Minecraft builds and help people sleep. I have no issue with them as people, but it's just for me personally, when I'm thinking about this as a business or as something to grow as a project, I just don't understand. I can't, like, there's really not much identity to that particular thing, All right, which boss level? So I want to bring identity to my videos. This witch isn't that hard. Whoops. You caught me there. Oh, she's done. So that's the Halloween world done. But that's the thing. There's nothing about it that makes you remember this, unless you bookmark it or whatever. It's like this channel. I like that they build stuff in Minecraft. Wonderful. But like, how do you remember the name if they don't have any commentary and no branding across videos where it's all just, cozy Minecraft build number 64, it's like, who made that video? Do you know? I don't. But do you know who made fall asleep while I play Mario Land 2? With the commentary? Me. So, bless them, but I just can't, plus I feel like I would have my stuff stolen a lot, and I know some people say reactions are theft. They're not. But if I'm talking about someone would literally take my long play video and put it up there with no commentary, with no nothing, and just post it and just call it theirs. Like they could just copy my content and be like, oh, well, I built this. It's like, no, you didn't. I mean, if you added commentary where you talked over it, sure, you made that then, but, I feel like there'll be a lot of theft in the long play thing. I mean, there's a lot of theft even in YouTube shorts are just infamous for that theft over there. They just basically will like steal people's content and chop it up and call it, theirs. Like it does endless TV show clips without them even telling you what show it's from, So, oh, this epic moment, this guy didn't see it coming kind of thing. It's like, yeah, that's cool. What show was it? And you can't find it. You can't find the show, And it's like that shouldn't be legal, and it also shouldn't be, allowed on YouTube. And I think they're getting rid of that's why they did the reused content, was to kill that, but they went a little too broad with it and will hurt you if you're reusing your own content, which I think is stupid, really stupid, but whatever. What are you going to do? We get shafted left and right on this website, so it's not like we, they don't care. How am I supposed to get over this spike pit? Not by jumping into a bullet. Guessing use bullet bill to jump over it? No? I actually don't remember this level at all. Yeah, this level is a little bit ridiculous on what it's asking. I would call this level bad. Yeah, I just don't. I don't. Can't get past this spot. I gotta time this perfectly with this bullet. There we go. Got it. By the way, you do have the spin jump in this game. You just jump. When you jump, you just press down. Well, I can't do it with the rabbit ears for some reason, but if you want to spin jump, you basically just jump and press down on the controller and he'll spin jump. Yeah, but I know the Minecraft video did decent. It was in the top 5 best performers, but I kind of don't think I'm going to do Minecraft anymore. I just don't think I'm going to, because I'm not a good builder. I'm just not. I know my limitations. I'm not a good builder at all. See, there's your spin jump, by the way. I'm not a good builder. I'm not creative when it comes to Minecraft. I'm not someone that can build big, beautiful buildings or anything. And I feel like the people who make the, fall asleep while I build, this cozy thing or whatever in Minecraft, they deserve the views. I don't. I'm not talented enough for it. Let them have their spotlight. If, I don't want one of mine to go viral and then people are like, oh, I want you to do more Minecraft. It's like, I'm not good at it. I don't want to do something I'm awful at, and, just be popular for doing something I'm awful at that I also don't enjoy. So I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to leave it as, as a thing. And unless it gets like 1 million views, I'm just not going to do it anymore. Because you got to go where the audience takes you. But if, that doesn't get outrageous success, like, 100,000 or even 1 million views, I'm not going to do it again. Even the, but I'm still in that mindset, which I shouldn't be. What does NNB mean? Nintendo and Bradley? People that made, what did Bradley make? I can't remember. Milton Bradley. They made a bunch of stuff. They made Barbie, didn't they? Maybe they made the board games. I can't remember. No, Mattel made Barbie, right? And if I'm not mistaken, didn't Mattel also make the Intellivision, which was an old console from the 80s? That had like a controller that looked like a friggin' phone. Okay, so the 3 little pigs. How do I beat them? Whoop, maybe just don't jump in front of them. Or as Goku said, if you say hit him really hard, I'm gonna kick you in the pecker. Whoops. Bro, this boss fight is outrageously hard compared to the other two. Well, there's goes the 3 little pigs. Goodbye, pig. That'll do, pig. And we're on the last world coming up, and then we got to go to the castle levels. How long have I been playing? It hasn't been that long, has it? Oh, about an hour, actually. I didn't realize it. It just flew right past me. Flew right by. That's how you know when you're having fun, is when time flies, baby. I'm having fun with this. Last one is the turtle world, where you get eaten by a turtle. Just the water world, basically. Turtle zone. Every Mario game has to have the water world, and of course it's all usually the worst one, but I think Water World and Water World is really good in Mario 3, and I just got hit by the fish anyway, so whatever. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just don't want to do more Minecraft stuff. Honestly, I've thought about unlisting it. Not deleting it because the algorithm wants that data, but I just don't want it to blow up and be the thing. And honestly, I thought that the Elder Scrolls stuff would do a lot better, but it didn't. It did pretty mediocre, but it's also at this point where since we're kind of grinding out retro games, it almost makes it like I don't know. I don't know if I want to even leave that up either, because it's getting bad click-through rates and really bad view times, and these retro playthroughs are getting a lot better metrics overall. You know, they're getting as many or more views, honestly, and they're a lot more repeatable. I don't know. We'll just leave it up for now. I'm not going to delete it. It's just I'm not going to make more of it, because it's not what the algorithm and the audience wants. So we'll just leave it, as it is, and maybe it'll do some eventually, and if it does, we'll do more of that. But we're still haven't even been doing this channel for a month. Well, since the rebrand. I know someone's gonna be like, Johnny, you have 10,000 subs. How? Did you buy subscribers? No. This is a reaction channel before. And the reaction channel was getting thousands of views per video. And yeah. Then I stopped doing a reaction channel show, and then I ended up being a gaming channel again. So that's why I have so many subs and so little views and, so few videos, is because this channel used to be something else. And I'm not ashamed of that fact that I used to be a lot more song and dance and a lot more comedy and, all that stuff in the, when I was making fun of the catfish stuff and the lolcow stuff and all that. And it just became something that I wasn't interested in doing anymore for legal and personal reasons. So I stopped. I retired the character and said, you know what? This isn't who I am for real. I'm going to make a gaming channel that is me, and you can come along or you don't. And most didn't, It's fine, man. Like, pretty much, the old fans didn't want this and they left, and I'm fine with it. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to alienate about 99% of the people that ever watched my show. But we had our good memories in the archive. It's called the Johnny Fox Vault. It's on Patreon. So you can, I'm proud of that content, and you can go and pay $5 to go get access to it, where you can download it for yourself. Or watch it like Netflix. So I'm not hiding from the past. It's just I don't want to do that anymore. Like, when I think about it, going back to that, it's just like, bro, I don't want to, if it was like, you have to go back, being a reaction channel, watching Catfished and, lolcow stuff and, grinding through that nonsense again, or go get a job, I'll start applying. I just don't want to do it. I ended up hating the show and hating, who I was becoming, and, hating the life that it was bringing me. So I quit. You have to quit, especially when you're not getting paid a lot. I mean, I know it sounds like a lot to some people, but, in a month, doing it full time, 7 videos a week, I was making like $1,000 to $1,500 a month. And that's nothing. Compared to a regular job, like at McDonald's or whatever. So I was making nothing, basically. And it was like all downside and no upside for me, I thought I was going to have to figure out some way to do a weird jump. There's those little skull dudes from Mario World. It's like you get the, the harassment strikes and the boss fight. You get the harassment strikes and the trolls that make up crazy fan fiction, and the crazy, others that just, become obsessive and, the parasocial insanity that happens sometimes, and the the negativity of dealing with constant negative topics and videos, and not getting paid for really any of it, and constant threat of being doxxed or swatted, or getting copyright strikes, getting community strikes. It was constant negativity. It was never, you could never relax. You could never relax. You were always on guard. I was always on guard 24/7. For, is today the day that such and such is going to happen, Now we're going on to the last set of levels. I don't know if this is the last level or last set. Whoa, that's out of nowhere. Hello, spike ball light thingy. Okay, so don't just run past it. I actually don't remember this level at all, so forgive me. It's a lot harder than the others, though, that's for sure. A lot more going on. Whoa, spike ball thingy. Whoa, piranha plant fireball thingy. I don't know, man. I just ended up, saying, what? Once people started suing each other over reactions, I was just like, what? Even though I know I would win my lawsuit easily, it's not worth my time to even risk having to put up with that and have to waste the money to try to dismiss it, because you don't get that money back if it gets dismissed, So I end up having to pay, thousands of dollars, on something that makes me hundreds some months. The risk did not match the reward is the answer, I'm saying. Some people would just be, oh, I don't care, they ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, okay. You say that's exactly what, that is legit 100% what a lot of those people said. They're like, he'll never do nothing. He's a coward or whatever. He won't do that. And what did he do? A day later, I'm suing these creators. And he did. And he filed suit and put their real name and their real stuff out there. If it wasn't already, put out the real legal details where other people could attack him later, even if he lost. So it's like, nah, bro, I'm good. I don't need people knowing my address and my phone number and where I'm from and my real life, my docs and everything else, and just, all that craziness that could come with that. Nope, I'm good. And have to spend thousands of dollars for the privilege of dealing with that. And then, for me, especially, there would be no GoFundMe to pay, for the legal expenses. I know people are like, well, Johnny, you can set up a GoFundMe. Yeah, right. They get $300. That wouldn't even be enough to take a lawyer to dinner for a conversation. My lawyer charged me like $75 at least for per email. And some of those emails he charged me $200 for, or even $300 for an email. Like if I'd ask a question, a basic question over email, one question, he would charge me $300 for that question. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a semi-boss? Is this a boss at all? Am I even hurting him? No, I wasn't. Well, he's gone now. Yeah, so I'm not interested in that. The only person that would even try to sue me doing this would be Nintendo, and they'd just send a cease and desist, and I'd just desist. So Nintendo rarely sues people. They just usually send a letter saying stop doing that, and then you stop doing it, or you get sued. But no, to the people that wondered, Catfish did not threaten me. I did not talk to the team at all. Don't blame them for it. When I say that they could sue me, they technically could if they wanted, for those videos, but they haven't reached out. I haven't heard any threats from that camp, and we're on the final boss. There's Wario in all his goofy looking glory. Can run to the next area, and it wants to give me a carrot, so I'll take it. I guess here's boss fight 2 of Wario. Whoops, that was a mistake. Lost my carrot. Well, I didn't want to take that because that's a lesser power up than what I got now. All right, so Wario getting a fire flower now.